morning. I'm delighted to be with you here to open the second day here at our event. The amphitheatre is almost full. I'm sure, as you've understood, given the heat, it's better to attend the morning debates. I can see some members of my team. Jean-Louis Loenzi is here, the head of my team. I'd like to say hello to him. So we're going to talk about decarbonisation, and I'm sure that that's what you're interested in, and that's what brings you here so early in the morning to attend this seminar. There's a wonderful panel here, and we're going to talk about different solutions, not only the problem. So we are going to take a closer look, not only at the nature of the problem, but how we can introduce short and longer-term solutions. You know Europe's ambitions, which are very commendable, tied in with the obligations to reduce by 55% greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 2019. Today we're at minus 20, and that minus 20 is taking us 30 years to do. So if we want to achieve our targets, we've got quite a steep gradient. It's a very steep slope. Second piece of context, it's very strange for someone of my generation to imagine addressing this assembly and saying we are at war. Of course, there's an economic aspect to that, but we have our main supplier of coal, petrol and gas, and that's the attacking party, of course. So here there are some constraints kicking in, and that brings into question some guarantees that prices will go up, they will be unstable, and we are sure also that we won't have enough of those commodities. So we are now rediscovering the problems of insecurity of supply chain, which we thought were behind us because of the different market mechanisms which are in place. So if here in Aix we want to see the glass half full, and we don't have the choice. We are on an old continent which has burnt most of its oil and gas, and it's going to have a high cost of decarbonisation. There's going to be like a tax carbon which is going to come into play, and that will mean that we have to deploy new solutions more quickly, and you'll hear about some of those solutions this morning. Of course, society has to remain stable, coherent, despite this shock, and that is the big issue of the transition. We've already talked about this, and we will come back to it later. We've got a fabulous panel here. We're going to hand the floor first of all to Mauricio Cardenas, who is a professor at Columbia University in New York. And he is part of a big energy policy research unit at the university. And he, above all, was Minister of Finance in Colombia. And what interests us even more is that he was Minister for Mines and Energy and many other things. Mauricio, the floor is yours.
English, because it's only 5 minutes, I think it'll be more efficient. I'd like to make 3 points to start the conversation. Point number 1, we're living in a world where the energy transition is now moving into a second position relative to the issues of energy security. There was a panel at Davos, and the audience had a poll to answer on what were the main concerns. Affordability of energy, security of energy, or climate action. And the answers were leaning towards affordability. This means that we're widening the gap between ambition, and the highest level of ambition was the COP26 in Glasgow, and reality. So point number 1 is we need to narrow the gap between ambition and reality. Point number 2, The climate crisis is not the only crisis we're living through. We're seeing in the discussions yesterday, the food crisis, hunger is a real issue as well. We have cyber warfare. We have issues related to security. There are a number of crises overlapping at the same time. They're more interdependent than ever. The climate crisis is resulting in food crisis. The food crisis causes health issues. So these interdependencies are really remarkable. And these are tail risk events that are occurring at the same time. And the most important aspect of this new generation of crisis is that they're truly global. And we are ill-equipped to deal with these new crises because the multilateral system that we designed was able to provide public goods at the national level, but all these crises require global public goods. And we still do not have the system that is able to provide the global public goods that we require. Reducing carbon emissions is essentially a global public good. We need the coordination and we need to ensure that we have the governance structure to provide the global public goods. The current multilateral system is adequate in helping countries develop their own public goods, but not necessarily to ask the world to provide the global public goods. And point number 3 is that one way of reconciling the level of ambition in terms of energy transition and climate action and reality in today's world is reducing energy demand. We're very concerned about supply. We're very concerned about developing new sources of fossil fuels. This has been pretty much the central issue of the conversation this year, especially after the invasion of Ukraine. But demand is equally important. Just to give you a fact, if we reduce heating by 1 degree Celsius, we'll save 10 billion of cubic meters of natural gas. And what President Biden offered to Germany was 15 billion cubic meters of natural gas. So this just shows that the orders of magnitude are quite impressive in terms of the reduction in demand, reduction in the use of vehicles, reduction, better insulation of our building, et cetera, et cetera. The shift today towards more supply of fossil fuels, especially with the developments of new facilities to import LNG, is necessary. We all understand. It's the pragmatic response to a crisis. But it's not the long-term solution. Something that is much more consistent and compatible with the energy transition is to reduce energy demand. There are many ways in doing that. One is to ask the population to take the measures in a voluntary way. But of course, price signals are always very important. And I think we're in a threshold where we could take this opportunity to, at the global level, certainly, reduce energy subsidies and increase energy taxation, and particularly carbon taxation. The coordination associated with carbon taxation is necessary. We need the adequate governance at the global level to go in this direction. But certainly, we will not help the cause of climate action and the energy transition if we continue responding to the current crisis with very high energy subsidies. And I think this is essentially the main concern that I have as a result of the current situation with the global energy markets. So main message here is let's put the focus on energy demand and let's make sure that we provide enough incentives for people to substitute away from fossil fuels at these very difficult times for the energy markets. So I'll stop here.
Merci beaucoup, Maurizio.
Thank you very much for placing your accent on demand. Of course, here in Aix, we often focus on solutions that are brought to us thanks to technology. But yes, we must address the question of demand. And the question of price is also very important. I'm going to hand the floor now to Xavier Pechatzik, who I'd like to thank very much. We're all here and we're shedding light on this subject thanks to Xavier and RTE, which is the French network that provides or that conveys electricity. And so we're going to try and list the different tensions that exist and will exist in the future for electricity in Europe. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Patrice. Hello. I'm going to start by saying that, well, I'd like to thank Mauricio, and I'm going to concentrate on France and Europe, if that's okay with you. In Europe and in France, we are inundated with objectives. There are so many of these goals that we've got to attain. In Europe, we've got to reduce our CO2, we've got to increase our energy efficiency, etc., etc. That's for 2030. For 2050, there are another series of zero net carbon targets and a lot of transfer towards electricity. Up to 2020, we were in a happily globalized world. We had lots of ambitions, but neither France nor Europe were respecting these goals. In 2020, 21, 22, three things happened. We had COVID, which really put pressure on the European and national markets. There was the war in Ukraine, and here in France, our nuclear facilities suffered corrosion. So as well as there being tension in gas and oil, there's also a pressure on the production of electricity here in France. So from that happily globalized world we were in, where we had these lovely goals that no one was striving towards because we were all very comfortable, now all of a sudden we are plunged into a rather complicated globalization with three events which have created tensions, very strong tensions, as Patrice has said. And we can see these tensions on the terms of price of oil and gas, but also the price of electricity. Everything is involved. These three sectors are interconnected, and there are different generating facts which explain why 3 years later prices are through the roof, and we simply do not have enough energy being produced in all three categories that I've mentioned. So one could say, oh, this is a catastrophe, but I think we have to use catastrophes to draw good conclusions. So we've got COVID, we've got the nuclear question in France, and we've got the war in Ukraine. We could use these three elements to make everyone be aware of what the situation is. But I'm not sure that that will be the case. I don't think we would be talking about sobriety as much 2 years ago if we had not been collectively faced with these three elements. So I want to turn these dramas into good news. We're talking about sovereignty, efficacy, sobriety, and flexibility. Mauricio has said we have to be concerned with the flexibility in terms of demand also. So we've got these three crises, which were in 2021 and 22. Today, there's a lot of stress between our climate objectives and our supply security requirements. Have we got enough energy to continue living normally? In all honesty, the question remains open. We've got some winters coming up. Who knows whether they'll be easy or difficult to survive? But before I yield the mic, I just want to refer to two different periods. The three crises I've talked about, they are taking us into a world of 22 to 25 where it's going to be a world of differences. We're going to have to work differently and accept these gaps. It's a world of gaps, if you like. Germany is going to be opening coal power stations. France is, because there's a lot of stress on its electricity network, it's also talking about opening up a coal power station. So there are lots of gaps there, gaps in our trajectory. We're heading in more or less the right direction, but we're not going very fast. We have to take advantage of this. During this time of gaps with CO2, we have to talk about transferring massive usage to decarbonated solutions, and we have to get ready for that right now in the next 2 or 3 years, which are going to be the years of those gaps. So 24, 25, in the hypothesis where tension in gas supplies soothes down, we're going to have to get back to our initial trajectory. It will be a high step to climb, but we realize that consuming energy costs a lot of money. It begs the question of sovereignty, and it's all about demand as well. And we are going to have to be very agile. And what does that mean? That means that we're going to have to change our regulatory models. We're going to have to develop new price incentives. We are going to have to be much faster on our feet. The operators, the governments, and all of those who have an impact on demand are all going to have to be faster on their feet. We have some hydrogen producers in the room with us here. We've got those who are involved with heat production, those who do renovations, etc. So we all have to be on board, and we're all going to have to find resources and incentives in technology so that as soon as we get out of these years of those gaps, we will as quickly as possible be able to get back onto a trajectory where we are in control of demand in light of the different challenges. And my company has committed to that with goals for 2030 and 2050. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xavier, very much for talking about those stresses and tensions, but having done part of my work by explaining what's going to happen next. So I'm going to hand the floor over to Benoît Potier, who's going to talk about air liquide. The big challenge in coming years is to find a solution for replacing 150 billion cubic meters of Russian gas. And when we take a look at Europe's plans, it's called Repower EU. Out of that amount, we only can get together 50. So i.e. that's a third of the replacement solutions. Other solutions will be elsewhere other than gas. Hello, thank you for being here this morning. I'm going to start to talk about decarbonization before I talk about hydrogen as a solution. There is decarbonization because there has been carbonization. And there was carbonization because in nature, oxygen fixes onto carbon to create life or to maintain life. We breathe, we need fire. We've needed that for many, many years. And we use these elements in many processes. So how can we backtrack? Nature has advanced, man has advanced, but we need to backtrack now. And I would just like to get back to this famous quote whereby nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is simply transformed. And that is what decarbonization is all about. How can we manage to backtrack? So it's a medium to long-term question. All of the businesses that I interact with are looking at this, irrespective of their sector. They want to decarbonize by 2030. So I think that's a great achievement over the past 5 years. But in the shorter term, we have to be very proactive. We know today that we are acting today to work towards decarbonization. So the question of timing is perhaps not in everyone's mind, but businesses have started to work on that question of timing. Decarbonization reshuffles all of the energy cards. Right from the very outset, we've been talking about energy rather than carbon or decarbonisation. And that would encourage us to go and seek out new energies, not only renewable energies, but all other types of energy. And it completely reshuffles the cards of geopolitics in terms of energy. There are some solutions which one might envisage today, local or global solutions. And that's a really important factor. And it also shuffles the cards in terms of consumption. We talk about sobriety a lot here in France. So in the problem of decarbonisation, you have to address all of those questions. In sectors that emit carbon, when you look at China, the United States, Europe and France, the breakdown of carbon emissions are very, very different. In France, for example, electricity production accounts for 12% of emissions. These figures from the French government, whereas in China, or rather the rest of the world, in the rest of the world it's 41%, in China 51%. So emissions per country vary greatly. And when you take a look at solutions, we immediately see that energy production is one factor, but we've also got transport. And here is another opportunity for finding solutions. I would just like to say that decarbonisation technologies do exist today. However, you have to be pretty smart. For ages, we weren't really taking any notice of carbon, and it was getting involved in all kinds of industrial processes. To go and seek out your carbon, you have to first of all not dilute it into the atmosphere in all of these gases that are produced by industry. In cars with their emissions, etc. You have to be able to capture carbon. You have to transform industrial processes to try and concentrate the carbon and capture it more easily. All of these technologies do exist. However, we have to scale it up, and we're not yet scaled up. To do this, what we are trying to do is to concentrate our actions to work in the biggest industrial regions, to work upstream where a lot of carbon is emitted. I'm talking about the steel industry, chemistry, oil, cement, and other industries as well, which emit a lot of carbon. So that's already started. And we're trying to do that on the great continental plates. Europe is the perfect battleground for going to seek out your carbon. North America, the same. China, Middle East. There are these plateaus, if you like. So the strategy of industry today is to go and seek that carbon wherever it is and work wherever it's very dense. A final point, there are solutions, they do exist. I'm going to move on to hydrogen any minute now because I'm already being told to stop speaking. But hydrogen is not an energy, it's an energy vector. It's an initial energy which has been transformed into hydrogen. Hydrogen is a solution that could replace 20% of energy which is consumed around the world by 2025. That means it would fulfill 20% of that journey to get rid of our CO2 emissions. These are figures that have been calculated by the Hydrogen World Authorities. So there are solutions. Everybody needs electricity, but in order to have lighting and to get your machines up and running. However, all intermediate energies, which are there when they're there, but which are often surplus, they can be transformed into hydrogen, and hydrogen can be stored for many, many years, or for many seasons at least, unlike electricity, which cannot be stored in the short term. So hydrogen is a product that could replace some of the energy which we're using, and the technology to produce it exists. It's just a question of organizing the energy system. So I'm being told to stop speaking now, so I will wait for questions at the end of the session to talk more about hydrogen.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand the floor to Sylvie Gehano, who is at the head of Dalkia, which is the energy services subsidiary of EDF here in France. We could talk also about hydrogen with you. You're involved in that industry sector, but perhaps you're not going to start by talking about hydrogen. Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience for being here so early in the morning. So, finding the decarbonisation trajectory, well, that's a big question. I'm sure you're here because that's a question which interests us all. We want to transform the world, and that is the subject which is of interest to us today. Let's not forget that we all know the objectives, but between the scenario at 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, there is the ice cap, which is melting in summer every 100 years. At 2 degrees, it's every 10 years. So we know how dramatic the situation is. When we take a look at energy questions, they are so vital in our journey towards decarbonisation. Yes, electricity is the first cause of CO2 emissions in the world. However, that is not the case in France. Here in France, our energy is highly decarbonated. And we have a very clear strategy. Nuclear plus renewables equals carbon-free energy. So to respect this journey towards decarbonisation, how can we structure the journey? When we take a look at consumption of energy here in France, we see that half of consumption is devoted to producing heat. Then there's a quarter to producing electricity and the remaining quarter for transport. So what is heat? Heat is your heating, it's hot water, and it's industrial steam or vapor. So we want to decarbonate that particular heat. So how do we generate decarbonated heat? Well, we have to do two things. It's quite easy to do. Firstly, you produce low carbon, you consume low carbon, and I'm going to explain what that means. And thirdly, you consume less. And this is where we come back to this sobriety which we're talking about all the time in France. So producing heat involves what? Well, in a city, for example, you have to have heat networks based on renewable energies. Today, we know how to create heating for people. We've got urban heating, which we're all familiar with. We can use that by recuperating waste from recuperating heat from waste. For example, we can recuperate heat. We recuperate it and inject it into hot water networks, and we can heat buildings in the city. The second option is wood. Wood can be used as an energy. You can have biomass burners, you create heat, you inject it into water, and the water heats the buildings. Wood in France is being grown in a sustainable manner. We do not import it. We go and get our wood from 50 kilometers around the plant. Wood is used normally to create roof structures and furniture, and when we use wood for heating, it's only waste wood that we use. And the wood industry is growing here. The third option is heating. We can go down 1,000 meters under the ground. We go into the sea with the Lasso heating, and there are many other options. Another example for decarbonating industry, we've just heard about that. In industry, here again, we can replace our gas and fuel heaters with wood heaters, and by 2030, France is going to be spending a lot of money, 5 billion euros, which is going to be injected into decarbonating systems for producing vapor and heating. And thanks to a call for projects which are currently underway, we are going to be replacing our gas heaters by wood solutions. We use recycled wood, and if I continue to talk about this circular economy, we can have recuperation systems, and that's what remains after you've sorted your yellow recycling bins. There are some things which are recycled. You have paper, glass, plastic, etc., and then there is also always some residue. This is waste. You don't know what to do, and these are high calorie solutions for burning. You can use them in your boilers, and we've decided to do that. So here are some examples of producing heat with low carbon, and I think we really need to speed up along those lines.
The second topic is consuming less. What does that mean exactly? Dalkia has heat, it's producing thermal energy, but it's also energy savings. And energy savings involve two things: producing energy efficiency, which means substituting current technologies with technologies that are more energy efficient. For example, in the examples that you know well, when I change my gas boiler and I put an electric heat pump in, I'm massively decarbonizing my heating system and I'm consuming less. Then consuming less is something that is organized because we manage our consumption in order to consume only just we need when we need it and not to consume when it's not necessary. I'll just conclude. The electrification is a topic and is part of the solution also in France, especially where we have decarbonized electricity. I'm going to talk about some successes in decarbonization. We won't succeed this journey if we don't succeed with innovation. There's a lot of innovation in the solutions that we should set up on the ground. The second success factor is digital. Christine Lagarde said it very well yesterday. Digital consumes a lot. We know how to do it sustainably, but it's key to treat, to process data, to optimize, to manage. And I'll finish with the human aspects, competencies, skills. Without skill, without talent, without technicians, without engineers, we won't succeed with our energy transition. And I know that all young people recently have been talking about the fact that we need to accelerate energy transition during the awarding of diplomas. That came up a lot. We need to go from claims to action, and so come work with us on energy transition.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais passer la parole à Benoît.
I'll hand the floor to Benoît Bazin, who's at the head of Saint-Gobain. For everyone, Saint-Gobain is double glazing. That's not surprising. You're at the head of a company that was created by Colbert as a royal glass manufacturing center. I looked at this at Wikipedia, on Wikipedia 30 seconds ago. It must be close to the truth in any case. So we've decided to focus on one of the core battles, which is efficiency in buildings and in housing. We talked about climate emergency, and what I really wanted to talk about was energy efficiency. We won't succeed with our decarbonization journey unless we work on energy efficiency. The first energy loss and carbon loss it comes from buildings, public and private buildings around the world. Roughly 40% of CO2 emissions. 120 countries have committed to energy neutrality, and we will not achieve this if we don't decarbonize buildings, if we don't work on energy efficiency of buildings. 85% of today's buildings will still be here in 2050, so we have to decarbonize them. When we work on building energy efficiency in a certain way with one stone, we're solving three problems. First, climate and CO2. Secondly, and we see this today, we're working on social justice, purchasing power, so equality, solving heating problems and insulation problems. And thirdly, we're working on our national sovereignty and energy independence. Energy renovation of buildings is the essential topic today, and we must absolutely meet these three objectives: one stone, three targets. We've been taking a long time. We've renovated 1% of buildings in Europe every year, so we're not at the right level that we need to be for crisis management. Why are we here today? We thought energy was affordable. We weren't. We're talking about Russian gas. Half of our nuclear fleet is shut down right now. So we need to move over to another way of thinking and to think in crisis mode, crisis management on all of these topics. The solutions, technical solutions exist to do the renovation of a building. We can use products that exist today to reduce energy consumption by 70 to 80%. But there are three recommendations. Firstly, move on to an investment reasoning. We often think when we look at building renovation, we're looking at costs. We now have to think more in terms of investment. European governments since September have spent 1.2, 1.3% of GDP on energy checks and tax reductions to try to lower the energy price. If we spent 0.5% of our GDP on the energy renovation, we would double the speed at which we would be renovating buildings for energy purposes. So by our tax cost for acting as a fireman putting out fires is twice as costly as investing. So let's move on to investment instead of just putting out the fires. It's true that there is a social reality that's very hard, and we need to put some fires out. Then we need to move on to global renovation. We have to renovate, we have to train, we have to develop skills. And if we're serious about building renovation, it's 600 to 800,000 jobs in France that cannot be relocated and that will have an impact on the well-being of our citizens. The third topic, and I'll conclude here, is that we need to work together. We need to cooperate. We need to stop putting topics in opposition. The best energy is the one that we don't use. Nuclear energy, we were told, costs nothing because the marginal cost is zero. That is not true anymore. It's not because we electrify energy sources. It's not because a heat pump can be a good system. If a house is poorly insulated, a heat pump won't serve much of a purpose. We need to insulate homes, electrify them, then put solar captors on. But really, we need to focus on innovation in energy efficiency for buildings. I'll stop there, but we're living through an emergency at a social level, climate level, and in terms of national independence on the energy renovation of buildings. We have to triple our speed of action now. Benoit was very efficient. He will have stopped speaking before the stop sign came up. Jean-Marc Colani, who's the head of Accenture Europe, is kind enough to come and speak, even though everything has pretty much been said. So the challenge is to see how different sectors can cooperate and come back on the human capital that we spoke about already. Many things have been said, but I think on this route to decarbonization, the good news is that the mobilization of stakeholders is present. You as citizens, we've talked about European regulators, and companies need to be more involved. There are no solutions without decarbonization of the economy. And often companies are criticized, but we have a role to play, also a key role, and the mobilization of economic stakeholders since the COP21 in Paris and the last COP in Glasgow means that today we have 60% of economic actors that have a plan, a certified plan for decarbonization of their sector. We have all the light industry sectors, the consumption sectors, but the challenge that we have is that we still have some big industrial sectors where decarbonization is possible but not economically viable. If we talk about cement and metalworking, metallurgy, where it's not viable yet. The electrification that works well in most economic sectors is not going to apply. We need to find other solutions for these sectors. The challenge is that we're not going quickly enough. As my colleagues have said, we're not going quickly enough in industry, but none of the sectors are going quickly enough. We need to accelerate. A few observations on how to accelerate. We've talked a lot about solutions, and solutions at scale are part of this, are part of what we must do. We have a lot of solutions for 2030, but we need technological innovation. If we talk about carbon capture and the electricity storage, perhaps green hydrogen at a large scale, probably small-sized nuclear plants. We need breakthrough innovations that will allow us to accelerate in the achievement of at-scale economic solutions. In particular, in heavy industry, we don't all have the solutions today that will allow us to make progress. A second topic concerns digital. I won't come back to this because you've talked about it. We need it for measurement, for optimization, but also to set up new economic models. We talk a lot about Scope 3 and carbon emissions. Really, the emissions in the widest sense of the term. We're all going to have to set up new collaborative systems, and digital can help us do this. We've seen this in cities, but also on large industrial sites. Digital will be an essential element. Then there are new business models. The circular economy will be part of the solutions that will allow us to move forward. So in terms of solutions, we're probably progressing sufficiently, but there's still a lot of work to do, and we don't have all of the solutions for 2050. The last topic I wanted to raise, as Patrick said, is the question of talent. Since we have a lot of students here, this is very relevant. Companies see that there's a war of talent right now. Digital generated this war of talent war, but we see the digital war as real today. All companies are trying to hire digital talents. But for decarbonization and the stakes of decarbonization, it's a much more important topic than digital in terms of investment, but in terms of talent. We did a survey with the European Commission. We'll need 7 million talents in the 15 coming years just for the energy aspects of decarbonization. We'll need hundreds of thousands of jobs on energy efficiency. In the same way for green hydrogen, we will need a lot more talent than we see today on the market. So there's a mobilization that's absolutely huge. There was an article in Germany this week, I don't know if you saw it, where the only concern today for decarbonization that is mentioned is that they're missing 500,000 jobs to do decarbonization in Germany. So it shows you how important these new talents are. Mobilization is help us enter into these professions. We don't have enough talents. And criticizing companies is easy because we're often part of the problem. But help us to find the right solutions. We need you. What's ahead of us is very exciting. It'll create a lot of enthusiasm, but it's also a lot of work.
Alors, on avait prévu 10 minutes de questions sans...
So we planned 10 minutes of questions, but we only have 5 minutes left. Hands will come up.
Un polo bleu et moins de 28 ans. Oui, oui. Voilà. Alors, j'ai deux polos bleus et moins de 28 ans.
Okay, we've got some nice youngsters with us, under 28, who are with us. I'm being quite the dictator here, but off you go. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the speakers for these very interesting exchanges. My question pertains to the difference in between countries in decarbonization, the difference between those countries which are developing and those which are developed. They're in different situations. Let's take a look at Colombia, for example, but also there's a difference between China and India, which allows them to pollute. So my question is, should all countries follow the same decarbonization path, or should they be on different trajectories? Okay, we'll take a second question. We'll try and group the questions. Mauricio is obviously going to answer that first question. Thank you very much for your presentations. You did not really all react to that question of the trajectories and the 5.5%. I'm just wondering what role COVID, etc., have played in taking people off their trajectories. So, first of all, when you're in an emerging country, do you have to have the same trajectory? And second question, should the war make us realize that we're never going to hit the 1.5%? Thank you for the question. The costs of
economy or emerging developing economy. We heard yesterday from the Banque de France that the estimated costs for the French economy are about 2 to 3% of GDP per year. The costs for an average country in Latin America are 5 and 6% of GDP per year to achieve net zero by mid-century. Why is it more expensive in emerging and developing countries? Well, first of all, the price of the technology is pretty much the same. Electric vehicles, the cost is the same. Solar panels, the cost is the same. their GDP base is much lower. And there's one extra element. Many of these economies depend on fossil fuels as a source of income. So the energy transition involves risks associated with losing those revenues. Therefore, it's much more challenging. And the financing aspect of the energy transition becomes crucial. Where is the money? Where is the money going to come from? It cannot be at the cost of reducing living standards in regions that are already well below the average global per capita GDP. So it's a very relevant question, again, for this global conversation.
Peut-être un éclairage sur l'Inde, Benoît?
Oui, pour un groupe international comme ça.
Tell us a little bit about India. Well, we're in 75 countries, and we have got a carbon price for all of our R&D decisions, and it's the same all over the world. We have brought our carbon emissions down by 23%, despite the company growing. And in India, we haven't made any distinction because these are commitments to decarbonize the entire Saint-Gobain group. So we've got a lot of incentives. In India, for example, when you take a look at our headquarters, and we use glass there, and it's the same demands in energy performance as elsewhere. International groups can have that scaling up impact, and we commit to finding solutions, and we do not think that Europe is ahead of the game. They're obviously often lagging behind in terms of creativity and solar panels, for example. India is much further ahead than some European countries. And how about the war? Is this the final nail in the coffin of the 1.5 scenario? Benoît? I think on the contrary, it has considerably speeded up the awareness that we have about how we produce and use energy. We have seen in many fields solutions that are just not acceptable, and they have become acceptable. We have accepted the fact that we will need intermediary solutions also. Just take a look at what's happening in Europe right now in terms of accepting gas in France, nuclear energy here in France. The rules of balancing the different energies are changing in how we balance them. So as far as hydrogen is concerned, all of Asia, where Japan, Korea had developed that energy source, whereas the rest of the world was a bit doubtful about it. The Middle East is getting into it right now. Europe's speeding up. All countries in Europe are speeding up, and North America, the United States in particular, really doubling up. So the war in Ukraine has been a catalyzer, a catalyst, and the process is speeding up, so I'm rather optimistic about that. Well, what a perfect ending to our debate. I'm really sorry that red light is flashing at me. I have got to end this panel. Thank you very much to my panel members.
30 secondes pour laisser la place à la prochaine équipe.
Next session, please.
On y va? Ok. Bonjour à tous. Merci d'être là. Bienvenue au nom du Cercle des économistes. Je suis au...
Good morning, everybody. This panel on innovation, major topic at the heart of these rencontres for economists. Traditionally, in economy classes, we talk about growth. And what's interesting with the present period is that growth is no longer really on top of the list. Okay, and also innovation with the climate change and COVID, it was replaced as a subject that does not deal with the growth, but the possibility itself of continuing to live, to operate. You can't repeat the past. It's no longer possible. This is therefore a new angle when you address this topic that is revisited by the economists. We have quite a diverse panel here, a lot of diversity. We're lucky to have people who work in different industries. Cyril Malarge, the CEO and Director General of Soprasteria. Stefan Israeli, PDG of Ariane, CEO of Ariane Espace. Vincent Vital, the founder and CEO of Infravia. Belinda Darquois, who is going to be in a remote place, and Jean Thomas, the president of Philippe Maurice France. So the innovation is percolating in these different fields, not only the exchange of knowledge or new technologies, but we'll talk also about how this knowledge percolates within organizations in the productive fabric of the economy. So I'll ask my guests to take 5 minutes to say how in their sector, in their corporations, in their companies, with their experience, how these technologies percolate. And this will be the first part of this session, a kind of setting the stage, you know. Everybody will give us their point of view, where they are in the economy. So all innovation percolates in the work scene. So in the second part, I will ask address a question to each of the panelists to say, how do we articulate the innovation in private companies and the role of the state, of the regulator of public policies in all this? And we'll open the debate to the room afterwards, so Q&A. And we'll ask you to address your questions to the panelists. So without further ado, I will ask our first guest, Cyril Malarge, the director, CEO of Soprasteria. Thank you, Augustine. Thank you all. Good morning, everybody. So the topic of this conference is, in fact, the transformation through technological progress, but I always like to go back on, there's transformation if we accept, only if we accept the change, accepting the transformation. So we have to accept the progress, and the relationship we have with progress is always something interesting to look at, without going back centuries behind. If we take the 60s, and after that, under the impulse of de Gaulle, Pompidou, Giscard d'Estaing, the French presidents, the progress is a symbol of wealth, it's the Concorde, it's the TGV, and then there was a disenchantment. The technology was less and less audible. Globalization to an excess, deindustrialization of our territory, scandals, you know, medical scandals. I'm thinking about the contaminated blood that dates back, the Mediator affair, the ecological issues, problems of the last decades. I'm thinking of Chernobyl, I'm thinking of the HCFC cooling gases, and it's the public voice that is no longer used on innovation, on major projects. And so in the end, at the end of the day, before the pandemic in 2020, there was a survey that says that 75% of the French consider that they've become too dependent on technological progress, and that's the starting point. Of what happened. And what happened after? Well, we had the pandemic, and we were in a very key moment because we had to react. We had to react faced with the sanitary situation. We have to react with a view to a need for more sovereignty that came up as a consequence of the sanitary condition, and then we had to react faced with the ecological situation. So when you look at what's happened in the last 2 years, it took a year to produce a vaccine with a technology where there was a lot of defiance, but it was very quick to come up with this vaccination. At the beginning, 40% of the French wanted to be vaccinated, and at the end, 80% accepted. We had the remote work, homework, 41% in 2021 of people working from home. February 2021, 40 times more, 19 million people consulting on the internet, and so this gives me quite a lot of faith, and I'm optimistic because the big stake that's ahead of us now is the ecological challenge. You all read the IPCC report, 2022. We've got 3 years to shift the curve, to change the curve of greenhouse effect emissions, but it's without progress, without technology, it's impossible. So we have to learn how to consume better, consume less, and it's through technological progress that we will manage, because somehow we have to take decisions that may sound brutal, eventually brutal, and it's technological progress that will enable us to take these decisions and make sure that they are accessible and acceptable. Go back to the digital sector. It's my work. It's my specialty. The position, the place of the digital is essential, because it's the digital solutions that will enable to gain momentum, speed up this capacity, and it's even more important since the digital sector means that we need talent and we need to set a mission. Why continue to develop the digital wealth? Probably to contribute to save the world. Our customers today, their concern is to see how can I be at zero emissions as soon as possible. Obviously, the digital evolution will strongly contribute. Just a figure, at Soprasteria, we trained 16,000 of our collaborators to eco-design, eco-development schemes to make sure that we would develop information system or IT systems that use up the least energy possible. Yes, we are a key moment in our history. I'm very confident, I'm very optimistic. We need to react, but I think the citizens have understood that progress could be a lever. And of course, the digital played a very important role in that. We need talent, and in a way, we have a remission ahead of us to face the challenges of tomorrow. Thank you. So our next speaker, Stefan Israeli, will talk about space. Space, Ariane. Okay. Good morning, everybody. A few words on space. Outer space, that is. I'm the head of Arianespace. We're the company who exploit and implement the rockets, better known as Ariane. There's another rocket also that's called launcher that's called Vega. And our recent activity, you've heard of it, we had a very nice partnership with NASA. We launched the James Webb Telescope that will send us its first images on the 12th of July. So be very attentive on what you can find on the website of the NASA. And then we signed with Amazon an enormous order of 18 Ariane 6 launchers to deploy the Amazon constellation. So this is a transition with what's happening in space. You know, we're in the third age of the space age. The first age was the age of powers, the East-West rivalries, Russia and the US. And this age finished when the Apollo program was ended in 1973. And it's a lot of these engineers that were trained in the Apollo program with all the power this gave, who disseminated and created the internet in the United States. And we see the space is very in relationship with breakthroughs. And the second age was between 1975 and 1980. Up to 2010, where the market was a bit stabilized, the actors were stable. There you had 20 or 25 communication satellites, commercial satellites to be launched, There was Ariane, and there were a few Russian launchers, the space shuttle, the U.S. space shuttle, and the space station, of course, and some Earth observation satellites. It's a moment. Well, the space became more bourgeois, and it was consolidated. And we're at a time in our history, in the third age of the space venture, that is disrupted. This disruption is linked to several factors, several reasons that are self-supporting. The U.S. government decided to buy its services differently, to make call for tenders to private actors. That's how SpaceX was started. $18 billion from the U.S. government to SpaceX on the basis of a private initiative. So new members, new public orders in the U.S. that will enable the income of new players. Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos are today in space. They weren't a few years ago. And if you want, there's a drastic drop of access costs to space, whether for launchers or satellites. And this drop was permitted by new technologies. For satellites, a few examples. Before, a satellite needed to carry a lot of fuel to move in orbit. And with electrical propulsion, you eliminate that, and you have satellites that are twice lighter than before. And so they can increase the load. The satellites were working on a strict zone with limited data possibilities or capacities and latency. But these three barriers were lifted. We have what we call flexible antennas that enable the satellites to be reconfigured. We have data transmission possibilities that have evolved quite a lot. And with the lower orbits, you have today satellites that enable broader internet applications. And in the field of observations, where you had resolution capacity, there was several meters, sometimes 10 meters. Today it's 30 centimeters. Can you believe that? And now you can see a license plate, for example, on a car from space. Rockets, with rockets, it was a revolution, the revolution of the reuse. The shuttle was a reusable launcher that failed because it was too expensive. It was really expensive to rehabilitate the shuttle between two launches. And with the competitor, SpaceX, well, there was a technology that found the right economic balance that didn't exist in the past. So drastic drop in access costs for space, democratization of space, and essentially a phenomenon that I call the low orbit rush. Between 1,500 kilometers from Earth will be widely used. And it's all these enormous low orbit constellations. To give you an idea, today you have 5,000 satellites, operational satellites in low orbit. There will be 50,000 in 10 years from now. And the space market, which had a value of $300 billion, will move to 1,100 billion in 10 years. And so in this context, well, what are the Europeans doing? In terms of satellites, the Europeans are really up there with these reconfigurable satellites. Airbus and Thales have the excellent products to offer. We're launching U.S. satellites, and we're totally neutral, but we have to accept it that Airbus and Thales have excellent products to offer. On the rocket side, launcher side, you can say two things. We'll move from Ariane 5 to Ariane 6. Incremental evolution. Ariane 6 is twice as better as Ariane 5. Twice better because it's half the price and enabling more complex missions with new engines, new launchers, industrial approaches that help lower costs. And there's also the 3D printing, but it's an incremental evolution, and this evolution will enable us to address these new markets like constellations, the contract we signed with Amazon, for instance, in parallel, because we need to know how to walk on both legs. In parallel, we're working with more disruptive or braking technologies. We're preparing new launchers, reusable, working on with oxygen and methane, and Ariane Group is working on a demonstration to recover the stages. We are using the 3D printing technologies. And in 2030, we should be able to have a new family of launchers. But I insist on the fact that we have a strategy which is incremental and breaking technology. It's a result of our governance, of our history. Please, you have to land now. Augustin tells me maybe I've talked too much rubbish. No, there's sustainability. That's if you have a lot of satellites in orbit, this raises the issues of the capacity of state to stay clean and sustainable. So technological progress is fine, but you have to make sure that it's sustainable. Thank you so much. And now, my best Deirdre.
Alors,
Vincent Levita, from an investor's point of view. Just to start, the title of the panel on progress, it was clear recently in the transmission of progress that was supposed to go from economic progress, more wealth, which would allow social progress with more distribution, which would then allow political progress, more democracy, and finally geopolitical progress with more peace. This transmission of progress, it seems to me, is less obvious today. It's a shame, but we have to ask the question why. If we look over long periods of time, technological progress made it possible to improve living conditions. That's undeniable. It allowed globalization, exchanges, trade and culture, and an increase in wealth in general. But it also caused pollution of the planet, the concentration of wealth, uncontrolled demographic problems. So from the point of view of a financer, I run an investment fund which was focused initially on infrastructure, so low technology, ports, airports, and motorways. Technology didn't wait for us and ask our opinion. It came in everywhere. So we financed energy transition, renewable energies, in particular energy storage. We financed health, education, and digital infrastructure, and we also financed technology companies to organize and operate all of this. And if I take a few terms, I don't have much time. So if I take the theme of energy transition, clearly we can't avoid or neglect the fact that technological progress has led us to create energy efficient technologies that are much more efficient. Today, it's competitive renewable energies. Even without subsidies, the state is making money again on these subsidies. So energy storage, hydrogen in the future, this was all made possible by technological innovation. That's not enough. There's still a lot that we have to do. We have to optimize efficiency, recycling. These are fields where technological progress must help. The point that I wanted to make today is that technology involves engineers, industrial companies, things we know how to do. It takes time and work and resources, of course, and skills. What's more complicated is the organization, it's the governance. It's fluidifying the process from research up until industrialization. The state has to help without helping too much, because when it works, it's better if the state doesn't get involved. But it's a public policy comes from the state for renewable energies. It's simple but sometimes controversial. There's a public policy over 20 years that made it possible to go towards a competitive system. It wasn't perfect. We missed certain things. But the state is running their public policy. Industry does research, industrializes, and finances. When the system works, it's not hard to find financial backers. Be brief, please. I wanted to say a few words about health. We did find a vaccine in 12 months. We organized remote working in just a few weeks, and that's an incredible performance that we should note. But that also showed everything that doesn't work in the health system, the problem with capacity, competencies, absurd working hours, and technology can help solve these problems. My point is really that I want to say Technological progress has done its job. There's still work to be done, and we can dream of a system where the patient, to talk about health, is supported through along their journey at home, in hospitals, in retirement homes. We can dream of a system where energy is better planned and organized. Technology will be present. What we need to make it work is simple public policy that is constant over time, where the state has an overarching vision and stands back from the details. It's skills. It's the question. The question of skills is key. The French so far have been good. We have amongst the best engineers. We need to be able to retain them and use their skills. And financing is the simple part. Money's available. Financiers are intelligent. When it works, they finance. When it doesn't work, they don't finance. So for that, we need a simple framework. You have to conclude, Vincent, please. The message is convergence of private and public stakeholders, industry, finance. This is how we're going to solve the problem. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Belinda Darquois remotely. She should come up on the screen. Belinda is a national coordinator of the Gala Tech Lab. Welcome, Belinda. Can you tell us what you do and how you work on innovation? The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. As you've already introduced, my name is Belinda Dakwa, and I work with Ghana Tech Lab. I work as the community associate, and I'm also the national lead for the Ghana Ladies in Tech community. Ghana Tech Lab, basically what we do here is to enable startups from all across the country to build. And we also do digital skills training. Over the past few years, we've realized in Ghana that a lot of other countries are progressing. Technology has become the order of the day, and individuals who are making sure that they are leveraging on technology, other countries that are really leveraging on technology are expanding, they are moving on. And so here in Ghana, as a developing country, we as the Ghana Tech Lab found it very key to introduce trainings that will help individuals here in Ghana, especially the youth that are not employed, to be able to understand the impact of technology and how they can leverage technology to gain employment as well as build businesses and startups. Now, over the past few years in Ghana, our digital transformation has been slow. If you compare it to other countries, Ghana's acceleration when it comes to digitalization has been quite slow, but there has been introductions of innovation hubs such as Ghana Tech Lab that have been able to introduce, even into the very remote and rural areas, we've been able to introduce tech and digitalization to these very remote areas. And through this transformation, we have been able to train so far over 2,000 individuals who were not employed. They have gained employable skills and are currently employed. Most of them have jobs now. A lot of them are also focusing on their businesses. And incubators and accelerators have also increased in Ghana. The government has been trying to introduce, trainings and programs that would aid the youth to understand digitalization and how it can be leveraged to improve the country. There's been development partners such as the World Bank that has recently invested some sums of money into Africa, which Ghana Tech Lab is a beneficiary of. And so it is evident that now the country, including, the government, has come to understand the importance of leveraging tech to make sure that the country is moving on. However, as I mentioned, there are very parts of the country, there are certain parts of the country that are not benefiting from these technologies because of where they are. Now, in Ghana, for instance, everything happens in the capital city, which is Accra. And so if you are outside of Accra, then you would realize that you're not, getting access to some of these benefits. And so Ghana Tech Lab, for instance, ensures that we have partners all across the country such that even if you are even in the remote part of Ghana, you're able to benefit from some of these opportunities that we offer. And it is very, evident that we need to do more as a country to be able to ensure that we are improving, to be able to ensure that we are, moving ahead. When COVID hits, for instance, a lot of companies realized that we had to work from home. And it was quite a challenge because that was not the way to go. That was not the way we were doing things. But because we realized that there was technology that we could leverage, we began to work with it. And within 2 to 3 weeks, people had adapted to using, tech to work from home. And that has become a norm right now in Ghana, where most companies allow their employees to work from home. The government has also introduced some policy measures that are helping the adoption of technology for economic development. About 2 years ago, there was a trip that enabled startups, to go in for a startup act that would, facilitate the development of their businesses and their programs. And so far, it's been good. It was launched last year, and that is what we are seeking to do as a company. Ghana Tech Lab are seeking to, open up the technology space such that more individuals have the skills training they need. And we are supporting through our incubation and acceleration programs. We are supporting even more entrepreneurs to, start up their businesses and move in from there. And so for Ghana, there is a lot that we need to do. It is key that we continue to, have conversations concerning how we can really transform our economy through the techs that technology provides. There is the need for, investments, legislations, and collaborations across, internally and externally as well, because obviously other countries have the know-how, they have the knowledge, they have the skills, and so there's the need for collaborations for us to, tap into such knowledge, tap into such skills, and then transfer such knowledge into the country such that the unemployed youth in Ghana could also, benefit from such things. And so, of course, there's the need for infrastructure and capital investments. And I think one of the mentioned that if the plan is good, then there will probably be, some form of investments going in there. And so for that to happen, we need to be able to make sure that the individuals in the country are equally equipped with the skills and the knowledge. And that is what Ghana Tech Lab is seeking to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. Okay, and now Jeanne Paulès, présidente de
Jeanne Paulès, president of Philip Morris France. Jeanne, can you explain how innovation works at Philip Morris? Hello, everyone. As an introduction, I would like to underscore the fact that transformation through technological progress only makes sense if it's done with the will to have an impact on the collective for common good. And I would add to this that we can't forget that companies are part of the solution to the problems of the world. And the COVID crisis that we've just been through, we saw it, it's been made reference to. In a record time, a vaccine was developed, and without companies, that never would have happened. So on this point, Philip Morris International, which is a leader in tobacco products in the world, cigarettes, if we forget about the Chinese monopolies, we're investing to develop solutions to the consequences of tobacco addiction on human health. We've invested $9 billion in the last few years in R&D to develop solutions that would be a better choice for smokers than to continue to smoke. These solutions are based on a simple principle that they don't burn tobacco or liquid nicotine they need to just heat it through other devices. So the problem doesn't concern tobacco and nicotine, but it's really the burning of its combustion. When there's combustion, there's smoke, and it's when in the smoke that you inhale, there are 6,000 toxic products that could be harmful for your health. So non-combustion alternatives are a better choice for the 1 billion smokers around the world. We also filed more than 700 patents with the IP registries across the world. And in the last year, we've created a team of 1,000 researchers, scientists, technicians to help us develop this portfolio of solutions which are better for smokers and to continue to develop new technologies that will serve smokers. We're ambitious, but our ambition is reachable. We want to build a world without cigarettes. It's possible today because the technology exists, but we'll see later that this will only be possible if public authorities also address the topic. In our ambition in the medium term for 2025, we're planning that 50% of our business activity be based on these non-combustion alternatives, and that there will be 40 million smokers across the world who thanks to these alternatives, will not smoke cigarettes anymore. So where do we stand? In the first quarter of this year, 30% of our business was based on non-combustion alternatives, and more than 20 million smokers across the world switched to a heated tobacco product. 70% of them have completely stopped smoking cigarettes, but we won't stop there. Our ambition, as I indicated, is really to build a world without cigarettes, and our president said it's possible to consider in countries where the public authorities are taking this topic seriously, we can eradicate cigarettes in 10 to 15 years. This is a medium-term goal that's possible, but the sine qua non condition for this comes from the fact that obviously companies must invest in order to develop technologies, to develop solutions. Consumers must also make an effort to switch to these new technologies, and the state has a dominant role to play. The state must look at things with a new eye based on modernity. So what solutions exist to build an environment that will help consumers adopt these new technologies? If I come back to France, because of administrative inertia or a lack of courage or the principle of precaution, public authorities are not yet in this approach of modernity to look at these products, to be able to offer smokers a better choice than just continuing to smoke. To conclude, I would say that technological progress only has meaning if at a time we establish a high-quality dialogue between public authorities and industry in order to serve the world, to build a better world. Some have already talked about this, of progress, of transformation, and of course, technology and innovation is a way of doing this, but it's not a goal in and of itself. Thank you. Thank you for having respected your time. I'm now giving you a minute each to answer a question. It's going to be even more complicated. Let's try to say something tangible. I want an example of public intervention or public policy that would be useful to foster innovation in your ecosystem, that won't just be a subsidy, even though I'm open to that possibility. A tangible example where we could have a meaningful public policy. So we'll go in the same order. Okay, I'll keep it short. Companies have have solutions, and they need to be supported. I have in mind something quite tangible we need to accelerate R&D and innovation capacities. We need a research tax credit that's devoted to a zero net emission route that's well financed, and that could be encouraging and give companies the means to provide solutions even more quickly. That's a concrete example.
Stefan Israel.
Stefan Israeli, our sector is quite specific because we can't multiply the actors in such a strategic sector. So to be, in a nutshell, we need two things. First of all, we're the expression of a public and private investment, and that's been the case for 40 years. And for launchers with constraining rules, and Ariane 5 was this expression, and Ariane 6 is the same. So we need to make sure that this operates properly. Everybody has to keep up to its commitments. And for the public sector, we need to continue to consolidate investments around Ariane 6 with the rules of the games. And in short, when a state gives money, the employment is, there's a geographical return for the employment, but as a counterpart, well, the states are with you to invest, but it's a bit to continue the film and to prepare the new generation. We need to stimulate more internal competition, but not doing that in a way that will destroy the European solidarity. Because when you're faced to what you're faced in the U.S., for example, we can't afford to work on our side. So you need competition on new rocket elements that enable a new convergence. And the public agency, the European agency, the European Commission, that's how they organize this internal commission competition, so that enable innovations and to maintain the solidarity within the three countries, France, Germany, and Italy. Education for me. I will insist on the education. Everybody complains not finding the right resources, in particular in technology, in technological enterprises. Everybody complains that the youth are no longer available, not adapted. People wonder if it's the school that's not well suited for the youth, rather than the youth not being adapted to the schools. Yeah, video games are better adapted to the modern world, but have they lost their capacity to concentrate? Well, I don't know. Anyway, I'm dreaming of a public policies where we train the youth and the elderly also to technological progress, and where we use the new methods, new technologies to disseminate a mass education in a more personalized and faster, quicker fashion. Thank you, Belinda. Belinda.
I would go in for skills. Currently, you'd realize that there are a lot of opportunities when it comes to tech for young ones out there, but the issue is that they don't have the requisite skills that allows them to be able to tap into these opportunities. And so there has to be a policy. I know that there was a draft National Science and Technology and Innovation Policy, but there has to be a policy that allows individuals to, acquire skills that will allow them to tap into these tech opportunities that are out there. There also has to be a policy that supports innovation in Ghana. It is so difficult to, start up a business or a company in Ghana because the process is so rigorous, and you might even end up giving up. And so if there's a policy that facilitates innovation and entrepreneurship, makes it easier for individuals to acquire skills, and from there able to start up their own business, a tech business, a tech company. These are the things that will help the country to accelerate. These are the policies that will help the youth in Ghana to acquire skills and then to go on to start their own businesses and companies, which we really need in Ghana.
Thank you. And Jean Paulès.
Jean Paulès, yes. I was just addressed that earlier, but the public authorities is an essential actor in technological progress and appropriation by consumers. Acceptance by their role is essential. And if I go back to our product development that we've had with new alternatives, it's urgent that the public authorities take up the existing technologies that they develop more science, to be even more reassuring on the fact that these alternatives are a better choice than to continue to smoke. And I'd like to share with you something interesting. At the beginning of the year, there was a study carried out by IFOP, which showed that 70% of the French that was part of the survey thought that it was useful or very useful that a public health organization supply scientifically proven data on the solutions outside of combustion. We know the public opinion is expecting the state to play their role on these aspects, and this will to steer clear from dogmatic positions without taking into account technological progress. This is no longer accepted, and so for the 11 million French smokers, 15 million if we add temporary smokers, well, if we think of that, the state has a major role to play if there's not the right exchange between the public authorities, the consumers, and the producers. Well, the time has come to interact with the room. So please, if you have questions, we will take your questions. We can start. We have a little bit of store of questions. The first question is for Stefan. These space activities give rise to degradation of the space environment. So what precautions do you take to be more responsible within the scope of your activity? Well, firstly, the space essentially serves to better live on Earth and to live in a more sustainable way. That's the first thing to say. It's thanks to space that we have capacities to monitor the climate change. 26 of the essential climatic variables can only be monitored from outer space, and the space serves to sustainable development through the application it generates. The second thing is that as far as the launchers, there's a law in France on space operations, and there's no equivalent elsewhere. And for Ariane 6, we'll have to leave behind us a clean space. That is the top stage will have to be taken out of its orbit, and so it should leave no traces in the space. It's costly. We lose performance. Because of that, our dear friends, competitors in the US don't have this constraint. So instead of carrying several satellites, we have to do that. We have to bring back that top stage back on Earth. And then the third question is rather on the side of our clients and the satellite operators. So it's the challenge of how the overmultiplication of satellites in low orbit will be compatible with a sustainable space and usable lower orbit. In France, we ask the satellites when they're finished their job in the low orbit after 5 or 7 years to be removed from orbit, have a fuel capacity to leave this orbit. We'll have to invest, whether on regulatory aspects, that's the management of space traffic, but also we'll have to work on new technologies that will enable when you have clusters when you have satellites in space to go and pick them up and remove them from the orbit. So we'll have to have very rigorous specifications so that these big constellations can coexist harmoniously and avoid the risk of collision. I must say that our client Amazon, which has a 3,300 satellite project, is very sensitive on this aspect. They made proposals, and it's true of another client we deployed, OneWeb, but it's less the case for Mr. Musk and SpaceX, who have the ambition of deploying 4,200 satellites, and we haven't heard about their commitment in terms of the sustainability of the low orbit of their satellites. Other questions from the floor? Any other questions? Comments? Please, don't hesitate. The goal here is to have the best exchanges possible with you all. I guess, yes, we have, but we don't have a microphone in the room, unfortunately. Yes, it's coming. Slowly but surely. The carbon capture, what are the disruptive technologies that are mature or still not there, but can let us hope. Well, these are technologies we're looking at. Some projects are ongoing. There's work being done today. Some are operational. The question is always the same in technological progress, especially for financial people. Does it work? Does it work at a large scale? Is it profitable? So today it's working, not at a large scale, but there's no reason it shouldn't. The profitability, of course, depends on the cost of energy. So today, what I say is that the energy crisis we're undergoing today is an opportunity, unique opportunity to speed up research on the energy efficiency, and which in the energy transition, well, in energy transition you have the word transition that's very important. Transition is a burden, it'll take time, and in the energy transition probably the energy efficiency was underestimated, underinvested. The carbon capture is something that's happening slowly but surely. So we have time for one additional question, last question. So you said, Ariane Espace, that the satellites were taken out of orbit. What do they become? Well, when they are in low orbit, they disintegrate. When they enter the atmosphere, you have to be careful. You have to avoid to have pollutions at that time related to the components of these satellites. But normally after 5 or 7 years, when they rotate around the Earth, they finish their duty and their job, they just disintegrate while they enter in the atmosphere. So the let room for other satellites that can replace them. We have time for still time for questions. We have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So one question here. Can somebody take a microphone to this person here? A question for Belinda. Shall I address it in English or in French? Well, both in English.
Belinda, how do you develop technology in a country where power and electricity are missing, basically? So which kind of program do you put in place to develop power and electricity in Ghana?
Okay, so there are power surges, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have electricity in Ghana, but there are sometimes power surges. And what we try to do is that most of the trainings that we do for these individuals to build their tech-oriented startups or companies are mostly in person. And as I said, we have partners across the country, so we have decentralized the trainings. And so if the trainings are in person, you don't really have a problem when it comes to electricity. But then even for our virtual sessions as well, we try to make room for, we record the sessions such that individuals who partake can also have access to it. But for now, what we try to do are in-person sessions so that everybody can benefit. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. On va prendre une autre question. Alors, une question au fond de la salle. Ouais, le micro.
Another question from the back of the room. Question for Stefan Israeli. I'm with Zefalto. We have a space experience with low carbon solutions, and I was wondering about the orbit tourism. What's the program with Ariane? It's very strong in the US. How are you positioned in Europe for tourism, space tourism? Well, first of all, between you and me, we know each other, I'm sorry. It shows that Ariane Group, Ariane Espace, and it's true in the field of satellite, we work with startups, and that's very important. I think it's stupid to oppose the two ecosystems. It's destructive. Each ecosystem needs the other, its counterpart. And your project is very interesting. But the second thing is that if it's a low carbon space tourism, you're working on that, fine. But if on the other hand, with a view to limited possibilities in the space contributes to increased emissions, for me, that's not really the optimal solution or option. I'm not don't have a lot of passion for these present tourism experiences. I'm not too fond of that. But on the other hand, if the question is, will there be more and more people in space between Earth and the Moon? That's a real question. Will we have the capacity to have a permanent presence of people besides the 5 or 6 people who are in the space station to carry out activities that will eventually enable to be launched from outer space and no longer have the problems of launching from Earth? If it's a limited experience to move from to spend a few minutes in a weightless atmosphere, well, that's no. I think democracy is important in space, and the fact that it benefits to the largest number of humans, and it's in this part of space that I'm interested in. Well, thank you very much. We're at the end of the session now, thanks to the audience.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session on finances and economic sovereignty. You say the word sovereignty. There have been sessions on sovereignty, so digital or other. So to go with us in this session, I'm delighted to have on the other end Nelly Liang, who is the Undersecretary for the Interior Finance in the US. She also has a lot of experience because for 3 decades she was governor, where she was responsible for financial stability in these difficult periods. So we will be delighted to listen to her. Then, at a distance, Mr. Klaus Wedling, working for the European Mechanism for Stability from the European Stability Fund. He has worked everywhere in Europe, in Asia, in the US, in public and private sectors, at the Ministry of Finance and others. I think that Europe can be reassured to know that he is in this position. Then we will listen to Delphine Damarzit, who you may know a little better. She is the CEO of Euronext Paris, after having been Deputy General Manager of Orange Bank. That was her life in the private world beforehand. She used to work in the domestic finance, and she was a counsellor to a number of ministers. Then we will listen to Kerstin Bratten, CEO of DNB Bank, the first major Norwegian institution, also president of VIPS. And what is VIPS? VIPS is the largest payment application by mobile phones in Norway. And so she will talk a bit about the northern countries, Nordic countries rather. A few words about Philippe Assap, who's General Manager of Crédit Agricole, who knows this institution very well. He has had his whole career there. He also is the CEO of LCL and was responsible for the agricultural credit bank. And with an economist, someone who has published a lot, a professor of international economic politics in Harvard University, wrote a book on the rules of good and bad, about so a science which can be somewhat miserableist. So finance and sovereignty and economic sovereignty. Well, sovereignty is a concept which is mainly used with a sectoral aspect, autonomous in terms of energy or digitally. And economic sovereignty cannot be imagined without having a minimum sovereignty in terms of finance, because to get this strategic sovereignty, the need for funding, you have heard enough, it's going to be massive, not to mention those for the climate transition. And there is another dimension of sovereignty linked to extraterritoriality of a country. And here we have finance, which at the same time becomes a dissuasive arm, not only to fight laundering, but also which can be used against anti-competition practices, or considered to be anti-competitive, and also a strategic weapon. So I've seen which conditions we can get strategic autonomy thanks to finance. The first condition is that we have no financial power without economic power. So schematically, the issue concerns three economic areas: the United States, China, or the BRICS, 23% of the global GDP, and Europe, because they do not have the European countries taken one by one. So this condition is a prerequisite and an essential point in the financial sovereignty, to have a currency which has an international status. First, now you have the dollar and the euro with a definite supremacy of the dollar. I won't give you figures, I have no time. So here we understand the impact of extraterritorial sanctions, for instance, the American ones, when it is impossible or almost to do without such a currency for your activity, or even to do without the activity in a large economic area. That is the first condition. The second condition, and I have to sum up, concerns the capacity to mobilize savings and attract capital. As everyone knows, there are three ways of funding. Banks and markets are not on the non-listed. Europe has large international banks, but the 2008 crisis increased banking union, even if it's not finished yet. The European markets in debt and equity have handicaps compared with the United States. The debt markets, we know, are domestic and therefore fragmented, which reduces the attractiveness of the Eurozone. The sanitary crisis, let's say, fortunately, sped up the obligations for Europe, the emissions of bonds for Europe, but we are far from the figures emitted by the countries themselves individually. Let's hope we will not need a new crisis to accelerate the mutualization of some of the public debts, which will be essential to fund the strategic autonomy. As for the stock exchanges, we also have a problem of fragmenting, and Delphine will talk about it. And I'll end with a sentence on a fourth handicap that which Europe suffers. It concerns infrastructure in the market, less mediatized than a technical loan, but still essential. So there's a definite supremacy of the Anglo-Saxons, similar to the supremacy of European individualism. In the United States, there's only one structure. In Europe, you have more than you have countries. More fragmentation, again and again. Whereas, as Christine Lagarde said earlier, what is the urgency is the capital markets. Unfortunately, to do that, there is a little lack of political will, and I will end on that. And so I will give the floor to Nelly Liang, who, in her activities as Under Secretary for Domestic Finance, is attached to an efficient regulation for a number of digital work. She also works on the digital currency. Is this going to reinforce the role of the dollar as the central currency?
Here, thank you, Catherine, for the invitation to speak here, to the conference organizers. Very happy to be here. I will be speaking in English. I wish I could speak your lovely language, French, but I am not able to. So I'd like to speak about digital assets and sovereignty. And this is picking up on where Catherine is. And I'm going to take my 5 minutes to just talk about the new United States approach to fostering responsible innovation in digital assets for the provision of financial services. And that has implications for money and payments, the efficiency of the payment system. It has implications for national security and other social values, democratic values, and it has implications for economic growth and financial stability. So let me just start with digital assets, as you know, are a new form of provision of financial services. It's not fundamentally different from financial services that are provided in other ways, except that the ownership is recorded on a new technology using a distributed ledger technology. As you know, the market value of this asset has grown tremendously since the pandemic. It grew from about 200 million in the beginning of 2020 up to 3 trillion in November 2021, before central banks began to start to address inflation, and is now a bit under $1 trillion. So it has grown rapidly and has been quite volatile. For the most part, digital assets are high risk, high return products, of which many have questionable value, I would say. Now, they are subject to substantial investor protection, consumer protection, illicit finance risks. And I think the first order issue is for regulators to get these assets into compliance with current regulations. But there's a number of other issues related to digital assets that could potentially provide many benefits to the current payment system, the current infrastructure of the financial system, and also have then potential implications for the role of money in society. And in particular, I'd like to point to stable coins. Many of you have probably heard about the stable coins that are algorithmic backed. They've gone from 50 billion to a zero. But there is a number of stable coins that have gained traction over the years that are pegged to a currency. And currently, the vast majority are pegged to the US dollar. But they're backed by a store of reserve assets. Now, there is questions about the value, the true value of this reserve assets, whether they really could be redeemed. If you were to redeem a stable coin, could they be redeemed dollar for dollar? But in general, the remaining ones have a fair amount of reserve assets. But there are also operational risks. If they are to be used as payments in the real world, not just for crypto trading, you also want to be sure that their payment risks are sufficiently addressed. If you can redeem stablecoin instantaneous, 24/7, but the underlying, say, treasury securities or other securities that back them have settlement times that are nowhere near 24/7 instantaneous, you absolutely have operations risk. This is also an issue there's also an issue of big network effects with stablecoins. Large commercial firms in the past have tried to issue them. They can use their existing databases. The network effects, you can scale up very, very quickly. That could lead to, over time, an alternative money, a form of money that competes with sovereign currency. And so there are concerns about the potential to create walled gardens with stablecoin where money inside that is separate from money outside that. So there are all kinds of issues that are being raised. So those are some of the key issues. I want to highlight a few things that the US has been doing in the recent months. In March of this year, President Biden issued an executive order to look at asking for a government-wide approach to address the benefits and assess the risks of digital assets for financial services. And the first paper is money and payments, of which I just want to highlight that as a key issue. Clearly, payment systems are inefficient. There is a role for digitization to improve the value. Whether a central bank should issue a digital currency, however, would naturally require or want a more public good aspect. What is the market failure that the central bank would want to address by issuing a central bank digital currency? That's an issue. And then I'll just close with national security. Clearly, digital assets have raised questions about increasing use of illicit finance. The pseudo-anonymity is attractive to certain bad actors. I would say in general in the US, we have not found that digital assets were widely or increasingly used in a big way to evade the sanctions from Russia. Digital assets can be used, so can cash. Cash is used widely. It is the most anonymous form of money, so I don't think that is the main issue, but ensuring that there's not regulatory arbitrage, ensuring consistent regulation and supervision for illicit finance is key. So I will leave it there for now and happy to take questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Merci.
Thank you. So if technology works, now listen to Klaus Regling. You see, there is some concern about the Eurozone with this fragmentation. In the Euro, will the Euro in these conditions be able to reinforce its role internationally? And can we hope to see an improvement of the Union for the equity markets?
Yes, good morning. Thanks for inviting me. I regret not being with you, which is obviously a big mistake, but I hope technology works and you can hear me well. So you asked me to talk about the international role of the euro, and let me start with a broader view. The world economy, the international monetary system has relied on the US dollar as its dominant currency for about a century. During the first decades after World War II, this dominant role of the dollar helped the world economy to recover from the World War II, to integrate more and to globalize. And this raised standards of living in everywhere and brought hundreds of millions of people in developing countries out of poverty. But the dominant role of the dollar also brought problems and risks. Actions by the Federal Reserve have ripple effects throughout the world economy, particularly in emerging markets that often have debt denominated in dollar. The Latin American debt crisis in the 80s and the Asian debt crisis in the late 90s had a lot to do with that dominant role of the dollar. In addition, that dominant role of the dollar makes it easier for US authorities to impose extraterritorial sanctions that Catherine also mentioned in her introduction. But the world is changing. We have seen a trend towards deglobalization, or at least no further globalization, for some time. Trade has not been growing faster than world GDP for the last decade or two. It was very different before that. Supply problems during the pandemic triggered reshoring in certain critical industries, and the international monetary system is moving slowly towards a multipolar monetary system. The war in Ukraine is likely to accelerate that trend towards deglobalization, towards a less integrated world. The world order seems to be reorganizing itself in three blocks or three groups of countries, where a new non-aligned group of countries comprises more than half the world population. In this respect, it's often overlooked in Europe that China is actively promoting the international role of the renminbi. And I think we really have to be aware and have answers to that. China's trade with neighboring countries in Asia is increasingly denominated in renminbi, and the renminbi is actually overtaking the Japanese yen as the world's third important currency in certain areas already. What does all that mean for the international role of the euro? Since its creation, the euro has clearly been the number one in the international monetary system, clearly with a big difference behind the dollar. In certain areas, the distance between the dollar and the euro is shrinking, like when we look at the share of foreign exchange reserves of central banks. For trade invoicing, another way to look at and measure the international role of currencies, the dollar is used even less now. The euro has overtaken the dollar in that area of trade invoicing. But in other areas, particularly in international finance, the dollar is used much more than the euro so far, including in equity markets and corporate debt. The potential for the euro to assume a larger role in the international monetary system is there, as the euro is backed by the largest single market in the world, a credible legal system, a highly open economy, and an independent central bank. Importantly, more than 60 countries outside the European Union have linked their currencies to the euro one way or another. The question is then, what needs to be done to support the international role of the euro to strengthen it? The agenda for that, I think, is quite clear. European bodies work on that regularly, the European Commission, the Eurogroup, ECOFIN Council, ECB, and it also has something to do with what Catherine mentioned, fragmentation of the euro area. Everything that helps to integrate the euro area more, to make it work better, to promote convergence will also help the international role of the euro. And therefore, it's necessary to think about completing the banking union, creating an integrated capital markets union, have additional fiscal instruments for macroeconomic stabilization. All that would help, on the one hand, to strengthen the European economy, raise the growth potential of the euro area, but it would also make the euro more attractive for international investors. So it would attract more capital. Also, what Nelly just talked about for the US, the ECB is also working on a digital euro, and Nelly mentioned all the reasons why that can be good, but also what are the risks that must be dealt with in order to make it effective. That's also true for the digital euro, and the work is ongoing on that. On capital markets union, banking union, progress is slow, but we have seen some over the last few years, and I'm confident that there will be more, but these will be crucial points for the international role of the euro. At the moment, for example, when an investor in Asia, let's say, wants to deal with all 19 euro area countries, that investor would need to recruit 19 lawyers from the different countries and regulatory experts, because there is not one integrated capital markets union. So creating that would really help to strengthen the international role of the euro. Let me conclude. Strengthening the international role of the euro would be good for Europe in many respects, including a stronger European sovereignty. A multipolar currency system would also be good for the international monetary system, as it would reduce vulnerabilities. Europe can do it, and Europe should move in this direction as the world order is changing. Without stronger European integration and a stronger role for the euro, Europe will soon be squeezed between two global superpowers and can become insignificant. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Klaus. Donc, il y a des risques.
So there are risks, and capital markets union should make headway. Delphine Brassac, this fragmentation of stock exchanges in Europe, if we understood correctly, is a hindrance to moving towards capital markets union. How does a financial institution such as yours manage that situation? Well, we talked about sovereignty with regards to risks of privatization of currency. We talked of the euro versus dollar. I'll come back to actually stock markets and why it is important to have European capital markets that actually work smoothly and mitigate fragmentation, which is what industrial operators such as Euronext strive to do. They're trying to work towards a federation, but and look at European regulation. Why does it matter? First, well, there are two very simple and straightforward reasons. Companies need to find capital. They need to market conditions make capital markets that we call public markets in our jargon, that is regulated markets, even more important because money's more expensive and financing will be more costly, bond financing also, and private equity that was largely financed by free money now has conditions that are trickier. So stock markets are all the more important, which is why in our pipeline we have so many applications. And, so what market should be used? We shouldn't go against the grain and look for an integrated market elsewhere for good or bad reasons. If it's for good reasons, that's all well and good, but if it's for bad reasons, we should try and avoid it. The other part of the equation that we often disregard is that having part of deep markets is good for savings. So for reasons, for historical reasons, cultural reasons, local reasons, people avoid certain options because they are faced with narrow markets that are not very attractive. And it's, at the end of the day, it's more complicated for them to go invest on a European market that is neighboring, rather than stay on the domestic market, or to look at the American market, which is unified. So the risk, you see, and that's what we observe, is that European savers do not look at the stock market, which is really a lose-lose situation. What is the approach that Europe has taken up until now? Well, the EU faces a natural and historical fragmentation of stock markets. They were created in their specific countries. And Catherine, you mentioned DDCC, that is the clearing body created in the US that was actually initiated by the state. It is a unique market infrastructure in the US. So once you have that unified market infrastructure, what's on top of that can be fragmented, doesn't matter, because you'll have the same sort of rules in terms of cash contraction and transfer of securities. So that's something that we don't have in Europe. It is complicated in terms of depository. Some have been unified by Euroclear, but only partially, and securities rights are local. So it is complicated to make for more unification. The ECB had come up with the T2S initiation, but didn't pull through. And renationalizing infrastructures is not the trend that Europe is entertaining, and that's not something we should wish for. What has the EU done? Well, they've tried to encourage competition by opening the competition on trade and promoting a vision that was already in the US and that was pushed by our British friends that were still in the EU, opening multilateral platforms and even dark trading. That is to say, the possibility for major banking players, stakeholders, to internationalize orders beyond the transparent stock market. But the impact was that it's fragilized primary markets. It's given some keys to people who can aggregate on top of markets and find themselves to be, same as always, major North American stakeholders. We like them, they're very efficient, but suffice it to say that these players are non-European for most of them. And the question we put forward at Euronext is, why do we not try to work towards more consolidation? And the conversation that's hard to have of a unique single supervision, because in Europe we've done quite a lot of things. We have shared regulation, but they're not necessarily implemented, and they're not used by regulators in a unified way. We do not have that single unified supervision in the EU. States are very reluctant, actually. What we have currently is entities such as us, Euronext, a stock market with one technology, and we actually try to make a contribution, but it's only a humble contribution to for our clients who work on the market to make things simpler. So if you want to come, if you're in Paris and you want to act on the Oslo market, you need only take one extra box and you will be put in that pool. And it's our job to harmonize several regulators or regulations. But this effort is put in almost exclusively by private players. So the EU should ask itself, should they not do the job, do the work on supervision so that we can move forward? Thank you very much, Delphine. Well, make complex things simple. That doesn't seem to be easy. But yeah. It requires full expertise. So let's listen to a representative for the banking sector. So Kirsten Rasmussen, you are the head of a Norwegian bank. You are not part of the EU, but you're a European country nonetheless. Would you say that it makes a difference in terms of strategy, in terms of banking strategy? Do you sometimes regret you're not in the EU, or does it give you extra flexibility to reach certain aims in terms of development and technology? Well, thank you very much for this question. It's very broad, but I'll try and comment on it. And thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. I totally agree with Ms. Damarzit on the importance of financial infrastructure and financial institution and capital markets. And even though I'd love to be able to speak French, it's been too long since I spoke French, so I'll shift to English for my reflection.
An institution in the Nordics, I would like to reflect on a couple of key areas that I believe supports the fact of having a strong and viable financial sector in supporting economic growth and development of markets. The first one is describing the fact that the Nordics actually have some of the most robust and profitable banks in Europe. We have, like Europe, built a lot of capital, but there is a difference on the profitability aspect. And although I wouldn't say that the regulators have prioritized profitability, I think there's been an understanding of the importance of the profitability of the sector. What has enabled profitability? One of the key points that I would like to highlight is allowing a substantial change. There's been a huge restructuring of reducing number of branches, increasing efficiency. And what has this enabled? Well, it has enabled supporting the economy with capital to the corporates, but also a substantial amount of innovation and investment, not only for regulatory compliance, but for example, in critical payments infrastructure. Furthermore, There is a strong cooperation across the industry, and this has also enabled the banks to keep a very high level of trust. So capital we've been seeing built across all of Europe, which is extremely important, but there has been changes in the competitive environment. And I'd like to share one example, because in addition to being a bank, we are also a client of many of the European and American banks. We go to the market to fund billions every year to support our customers. There has not only been an increasing presence of US banks in Europe in the investment banking market, but also a substantial reduction of European banks being active in the US market. So competition is less. If we take a look at this from a market value perspective, if we go 20 years back, the 25 largest European banks, they matched the value of the 25 largest US banks. Today, you take the 2 largest US banks, and they are worth more than the 14 largest European banks altogether. As a client, and also for the European economy, we would welcome to see a broader and more well-functioning competition. The second reflection I would like to make is on digitization and the importance in the role of the finance to drive modernization and digitization to support economic growth. I'm fortunate to live in one of the most sort of advanced mature digital countries in Europe. We actually don't have cash, practically. 3% of the transactions in Norway are settled by cash. And I think my children, they probably see cash twice a year. This is a substantial increase in efficiency. This efficiency is being used to invest into the payments infrastructure, to develop new and better services to customers. And Catherine mentioned VIPS, which is a digital wallet. It's used by everyone in Norway. We have a digital ID that has been used for years. It's used 18 million times every week. We are 5 million people. It's not only used for your banking services, it's also used for your tax declaration, for your doctor's appointment, for all of your public services needs. And this leads me to a very important point in the digitization trend, and that has been the cooperation between the public and the private sector. The public sector has been a huge driver of change and behavior. We also have people who are not digital, and we have to serve them well. But the main trend is not to have a double infrastructure. And I would say and highlight that there is important work being done on digital central bank money, like my colleague here on the panel talked about. But it's possible also and important to digitize the current infrastructure. My final point would be on the importance of finance to solve one of our greatest challenges, and that is the climate. Mobilizing capital, enabling transparency is a very important trend to move and continue to move faster. The amount of capital being raised in the Nordics into green investments has increased from being 5% of all of the bond emissions 5 years ago to now 20%. There's a huge reallocation of capital going on, and we have set very specific targets, not only to support the new investments, but also to help the transition, because it's a transition we need. We don't need to completely shut the door and only look at the new investments. Is it going fast enough? Definitely not. But the clients and the corporates that we listen to, they actually ask for more regulation. They want a level playing field so that we can avoid having what is today felt by many as being a first mover disadvantage instead of a first mover advantage. Thank you. I'll close my comments there.
Donc, Monsieur Philippe Brassac.
Mr. Philippe Brassac, representing Crédit Agricole, French bank, so retail bank, very French-based, but a very international investment bank activity. First asset manager with Amundi in Europe. You consider, if I understood correctly, that the influence of North America also translates through regulation. How is it a hindrance in the pursuit of your activity to finance real economy, same as everybody should? Kristen, that was a very good idea to start in French. Well, we never define what we mean by sovereignty. Sovereignty is not about autonomy and let alone isolation. Let's understand it as the objective to keep the capacity to determine options or specificities that are adapted to yourself, because you consider that on certain points the specificities or options that others have chosen in the rest of the world do not apply or are not the best for you. And if we think of the financial crisis in 2008, it was decided to harmonize international regulation, and mechanically it goes without saying that harmonizing international rules kind of irons out or smooth out specificities, and does have an impact on the capacity to sovereignty. We know that the rules of the game determine how the game goes. You think of any board game, you have to know all the rules, but we do not factor in sufficiently this almost direct influence of the rules of the game on the game itself. Let me give you an illustration. There's one thing that is very well known but never analyzed. What is notorious is that the American market, in the US, the economy finances itself through markets a lot more than banks, and in Europe it's the opposite. More through credits and balance sheets and banks than markets. So we've never wondered why there was this difference. Is it a cultural difference? Well, there are several explanations for that. In Europe, we chose, well, it was more or less a choice, pension funds that are based on distribution, redistribution, not based on capitalization. So we have very few volumes of pension funds that are extremely large in the US, and that's bad news because regardless of what we do, capital markets will be a lot less deep than it is in the US. With capital markets that are not as deep, even though we can enhance its efficiency, what does it entail? Well, for good reasons, international regulators say that for banks' balance sheets we are that are way lighter and full of credits in the EU, and necessities of liquidity, need in terms of leveraging. And we don't have that option to tap into capital markets that exist in the US. So there are historical reasons that determine the way the economy works, and we cannot reduce it to matters of regulation or technical reasons. There's another example that will speak to more of you is mortgages. So, of course, in the south of France, there's a lot of mortgages. It's half of the balance sheet of banks is actually made up of mortgages. And there's a cultural reason for that. We consider that in English-speaking countries, finance is more about transactions. So you cut a deal, and then it's amicable, and that's the end of it. That's the end of the transaction. In France, and we have a European model that is more relation-based. It's not about being, more, friendlier with people. It's about something that is a longer process unfolding over time. And with mortgages over a 20 or 25-year period, there will be events during which you'll stay in touch with your customer, and quite often there are cases of divorces that are the most recurrent events. It's about assuming a responsibility over time with the way we serve our customers, and that has given rise to two types of credits. So mortgages that are on fixed rates in France. During 15 years, we keep it in our balance sheet, which means that we keep the relationship and the responsibility during 20 and 25 years throughout the life cycle of that credit. And then we grant these mortgages based on the capacity of customers to pay back based on their income. The US model, the American mortgage, that, yeah, and I'm not criticizing, it's just different. It's to authorize, if it's good, you securitize it, you break the relationship with the bank, and you estimate it on the basis of the security that is given, so the guarantee, hence mortgage. Those are two types of credits that are completely different. And we estimate that 20 years ago, with regulations that was more and more pregnant with Basel II, there was a trend to factor in that specificity. Those were called internal models. Internal models were about the capacity for banks under the authority of supervisors to factor in their specificities, regional or local specificities, in the way they estimated risk. In Basel IV, which is the finalization of Basel III, we're coming back to an estimation of risk or assessment of risk based on world standards that would not call North American, but statistically it's highly influenced by the way North America sees risks. I'm not saying this is a bad thing in itself, but I think there's a lack of political approach to that. I don't think that Basel IV is the only reason why we do not have more credits in France. But conversely, I think that by 2032, when that regulation, once that regulation will be fully implemented, behaviors on the part of customers and bankers will have adapted to those new game rules, and that will go from these fixed rate credits to more flexible credits that can be revised dependent on security and guarantee. But what really is a major problem and a major issue to me is that there's no political analysis. There's no political will. Let's look at participatory credit. That does not exist in the US because it's almost akin to shareholders' equity. Basel III actually put a lot of taxes and constraints on these participatory credits. And this when states wanted to relaunch these kind of loans that were more akin to crowdfunding, they didn't follow through. You said, isn't it too technical? I don't understand that argument because everything's technical in the end. You know, in the industrial world, everything's technical. The chemistry behind a diesel engine is very technical. Is there a reason why there shouldn't be any political will or political vision? The absence of any political vision is a major issue to me. Indeed. So you used a few words about crowdfunding. That makes for a perfect segue to what I wanted to talk about next. We often said that finance should be really serving real economy. Now we're talking about finance serving economic sovereignty. So where are we at? Promises of deregulating, have they been actually realized or not?
Thank you, Catherine, and really enjoyed all the speakers. I actually want to pick up particularly on the point that the previous speaker, Philippe, made about this inherent tension between the urge, on the one hand, to integrate financially and deepen financial markets, and on the other hand, the desire for specificity, that different countries or different regions have different banking systems of different rules or different preferences. And that's an inherent tension that one has to manage. Now, it seems to me that during the last 3 or 4 decades, we have resolved this tension overwhelmingly in the direction of letting financial integration and financial deepening and financial globalization go. So we have made our choices overwhelmingly in the direction of common standards, common regulations, and homogenization of rules. And that necessarily narrows the room for individual governments or individual regions, along some of the examples that Philippe gave, of making their own choices with respect to, for example, at the very basic level with regard to where do you want to pick the trade-off between financial stability on the one hand, financial innovation on the other. The looser the regulations, the more financial innovation you will have, but the more likely that you will increase financial volatility. That seems to me to be, again, using Philippe's words, inherently a political trade-off. It's a choice politically as to where you want to be on that trade-off. Now, it wasn't crazy, I think, that we went down this way, because there was a very strong narrative about how financial deregulation, financial liberalization, financial integration, financial globalization was going to make the world a better place. And I think that narrative is what pushed us down that way. And I think the narrative was that through deeper financial markets, that we would be able to increase savings and investment, mobilize resources, that would increase growth, that we would be better able to allocate risks, move risks from those who did not want to bear it to those who welcomed it, that internationally we would be moving resources from richer countries to poorer countries, allow for better smoothing of consumption, both at the household level as well as at the national level. So these were all very strong and theoretically plausible arguments about how deeper financial markets and more extensive financial globalization would work. Well, 4 years later, we can work back, and pretty much the evidence is in that most of these predictions have not been borne out. We have not had increased investment. We have not had increased growth. Capital has flowed in the term of economists uphill. That is, it's gone from poor countries to rich countries. Financial volatility, financial crises have increased, and these have produced not just economic consequences, they have also produced broader social and political consequences. Financial liberalization has produced greater economic inequality. That is research from the International Monetary Fund, so you can sort of believe that. We also have more recent research shows that some of the uprise in populism, the far-right populism, can be traced to the effects of the financial crisis of the late 2000s. So this is, I think, where we are. And I think we need to reconsider how we can make finance less of a sovereign entity on its own, but how we can actually make finance serve the needs of society, so that finance needs to serve the needs of society. And that, I think, rethinking and consideration is only really beginning. So I don't have magic bullets or very interesting ideas to offer to you. But let me at least in the last minute just suggest 3 different areas where we need to make much more progress. One is the role of finance in facilitating and financing innovation. Now, we all know about venture capital. Venture capital is fantastic at funding innovation, but it's a tiny, tiny part of the entire financial system. Even in the United States, where it plays an oversized role by many measures, it's actually less than 1% of the financial system. But that's really what finance can really do. Venture capital can be really powerful. How can we expand that? Secondly, finance has a tremendous role in accelerating structural transformation, especially the green transition. So Kirsten talked about that. That's an incredibly important role for redirecting finance in that. Third and finally, I would say that despite financial deepening, there are large segments of the economy that still are basically cannot borrow adequately, in particular smaller and medium-sized enterprises that tend to be borrowing constrained. So there's a huge role for long-term lending for smaller and medium-sized enterprises that needs to take place, and that would also require thinking. So just to conclude, I think we're at a point where it's like so many things that are being considered. Klaus Regling mentioned what's happening in terms of globalization, but the whole economic paradigm again, within which we work is being changed, and I think finance is going to be part of that reconsideration, and that is a conversation that we need to have. Thank you.
Merci pour cette...
Thank you very much for this conclusion. Well, that was perfect, so no need for another conclusion. Bearing in mind that time flies, I will just say one quick word by way of conclusion. Finance, suffice it to say, is a double-edged sword because it can be an arm of massive destruction of GDP, as we saw in crisis, but also a powerful economic weapon. So I think we need to have better command of it and better redirect it. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et bonjour à tous. Nous allons commencer.
Hello, we're going to start this session on impact finance. It's quite a large title. And we'll have the opportunity during this session to hear from many different speakers, people who I'm going to introduce now. Eric Pinon, who's beside me, who's the head of the French Association for Financial Management, the AFG, representing management companies at this roundtable. Daniel Biernet, who's the president of the French Association of Company Treasurers, and the assistant CEO of Saint-Gobain. We also in charge of relations with the rating agencies, which gives you specific legitimacy to talk about the question of standards and grading. Then we have Cécile Cabanis, who's with Tikeo Capital. She's been there for more than a year after a brilliant career at L'Oréal, Orange, and Danone, and she's on the investor side as Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the group. Then we have Thierry Deo, who is the CEO of Meridiam, which he founded, a fund that's dedicated to infrastructure, so they have a longer notion of time. And we also get the opinion of financiers and investors. Sabine Moderer, who's a member of the executive board of the Deutsche Bundesbank. Welcome. This is your first time at X, and we're delighted to have you here. You're especially in charge of human resources and markets, and you're vice president and soon to be president of the Association of Central Banks and Supervisors, NGFS, Network for Greening of the Financial System. So we'll be talking about greening the financial system. And as is the tradition at the rencontre, we have an economist, Céline Gimet, who's the professor of economics and international finance at the Institut d'études politiques in Aix-en-Provence. She's a member of the Cercle des Économistes, and she's going to be presenting the topic. Céline. Thank you. As you saw in the previous sessions, companies with their investment strategies have an essential role in production methods. And in this session, we're going to really put a focus on the role of investors who have a determining impact on the orientation of practices in the companies that they work in and the companies they finance. So let's talk about impact financing as a real approach on behalf of the investors with a social and environmental positive social and environmental contribution that is direct and measurable in the investment decision made by the company. So to differentiate it from socially responsible investment in the framework of impact investment, environmental and social impacts are a priority with respect to financial profitability. So the main stake and the main difficulty is the fact that we're in a long-term dynamics. So impact investment impacts all sectors. It started in North America in the end of the 20th century, and then it spread after the big financial crisis. So in this panel, we'll start with motivation, and then the definition and the measurement of impact objectives, and then the coordination of different initiatives at a global scale. For motivations, in addition to philanthropy, reputation, each investment decision is linked to a profitability objective, and within the framework of impact investing, beyond the financial reasoning, we're going to integrate an environmental and social dimension that will make it possible to better estimate global risk and a more efficient allocation of resources and better measurement of risk and yield, which will not only be financial, but will also include extra financial yield or return. So studies show that the financial return of an impact investment is roughly equivalent to a traditional investments yield, but the social impact in terms of global well-being in the long term was much higher. So it would seem that the extra financial performance is really boosting financial performance. These assets have real success on financial markets now, as is shown by the recent issuance of green bonds at a European level. Beyond profitability, we need to talk about incentives and the responsibility of companies. The pursuit of the objective of social and environmental stability can be considered as a public good. Each individual can benefit at the same level and at the same time. The state hence has a role to play, and yet it can't centralize the production of this good. So it must create the conditions so that companies integrate a collective interest, the collective interest in their investment strategy. And for this, they have different tools, such as different types of incentive and regulations. So public policy is linked to this. And we can talk about initiatives that are in this dynamic, such as the European Action Plan for Sustainable Financing in 2018. The second question, a very important one, is the question of the definition and the measurement of objectives and impact for two reasons. The first, to be able to measure extra financial returns, and also to avoid greenwashing strategies and SSE greenwashing. So this means that we have to have clear and transparent criteria. This mission is particularly difficult due to the multidimensional nature of the impact. So today, researchers and international institutions are working on this topic. There also exists common reference guide with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and the Paris Agreement, but this must be accompanied by other objectives to take into account the specific nature of each sector. And this is where the third question comes into play, that of cooperation and coordination between the different actors, private and public, at the national, regional, and international scales. Firstly, in the definition of objectives, but also criteria, norms, and rules to accompany this, support this. And it must be noted that the fact that the European Central Bank is addressing the question of green monetary policy, this will certainly accelerate this movement. But also, these initiatives can't just be concentrated in some countries of the world, but must really be disseminated across the economies of the planet. So all of these points will be debated within the framework of this session, where we call on different actors from the economic world of today to talk about the systemic nature of the reality of impact investments. Thank you, Céline. Thank you, Céline. I'm going to hand the floor to Sabine Mauderer, who's a member of the board of the Deutsche Bundesbank and is working on the greening of finance with the greening of the financial system. So what is required? Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to talk and to participate in this panel. Je suis ravie de...
As you know, that's a little bit easier for me. So I'm representing here the public sector. And therefore, I would start with, really, first of all, define what does actually impact investing mean? I'm a little bit concerned that we focus on little niche, on ESG labeling, on, certain impact investing. I would like to go a step beyond and really ask, why are we doing that? Why should we care about that? And the major thing why we should care about is because the whole economy needs to be transformed. So what we really need to do, and be it France, be it Germany, be it the whole world globally, the real economy, all kind of industries, need to be transformed. And this is for France, this is for my country, for a lot of other developed countries, crucial, because our wealth, our GDP depends on carbon incentive industry. Let's face it, right? So the question is really, you know, how can we enable the transition of those industries? You know, the money for those companies or startups which, you know, develop green technologies, I do not have any concerns that they get enough money, because this is the future, right? So of course it's great that we have financing this, but let's now maybe today also take into account that we really have to find a solution how we finance, you know, the backbone of our industries, and meanwhile incentivizing them to start the journey from maybe carbon incentive to amber to yellow to green at some point. This will take time, right? So having said that, what is the role of the public sector? And I mean, Celine touched it, and you, Nicola, as well. And you know, what is the role of the private sector? We really have to define our roles. And let me start with the public sector, because I'm representing it today here. Let's look at the numbers. What are the volumes we are talking about? And let me just give you two numbers which are really representative and showing, you know, what an elephant in the room it is. Only to switch the energy system in the European Union, we'll need each year an additional 350 billion a year within the European Union, only to switch the energy systems, not talking about the whole transformation. Another number which is more shocking is, you know, if you have a global view, then the International Energy Agency, IRENA, estimates that we need each year $5.8 trillion to finance the transition. So these numbers show us that this is not manageable by the public sector, and it wouldn't be good, you know, because we have a lot of other things to do, as we see now. So it's definitely we have to share. If you know, I'm often asking, so how much of those numbers needs to be financed by the public, and how much is left for the private sector? Let me put it that way. In the developed world, the really big part needs to be financed by the private sector, and we have a lot of experts from the private sector. They explain how they're going to do that. And you know, just to give you a little idea of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, estimates, for example, for Ireland, that 1/3 needs to be financed by the public sector and 2/3 by the private sector. And I think, you know, I do not have other numbers, but I think we will see over the years, you know, comparable numbers. In the developing world, I would say that the role of the public sector is much bigger than in this private sector, because, you know, there's a lack of access to finance. And here in our hemisphere, it's much, the private sector plays a much bigger role. So let's come then to the private sector. It's often, you know, when I talk about impact investment, it's all about, you know, a lot of about capital market, what is right. But the truth is that in Europe, you know, in France and also in Germany, we are bank-based. You know, the real economy is bank-based. What does that mean? That means that we really have to see what role will the banking sector play or can play in the future to finance their customers in the future. Because, you know, as I said, most of them are very carbon incentive. And just to give you an idea how dependent our banks are from carbon incentive economy, yesterday the European Central Bank published the results of the stress testing of the banks, right? And the outcome was that 2/3 of the income of the tested European banks stem from very carbon incentive companies, you know, and only 20%. Oh, I have to come to an end, I see. So sorry, but then I maybe just a quick round and have a second chance. Let me finalize by banks in Europe we have to take care of, and maybe just one thing I would really recommend is banks will play a major role, but they have to be careful because we have to set an incentive for their clients and for the real economy. So my proposal is that we ask the real economy, the companies, the corporates, for a transition plan. Because, you know, if we lend money to those companies, we really have to make sure that they do have a strategy to get to net zero over the next decades. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Sabine.
Just a word. Keep the microphone, please, Sabine. Yeah, one question for you. The figures you gave.
Il y a une chance de les atteindre.
Okay, do you think we'll manage to achieve this target?
You mean that? The volume. This is a clear estimation, and I mean, usually it's not the question that we do not have money around. The liquidity is high, right? Also due to monetary policy. But you know, what we didn't manage so far to switch our investments into the sustainable finance. This switch is needed.
OK, merci beaucoup. Thierry Déo, vous avez...
Thank you very much, Thierry Déo. You've understood by listening to Sabine that a lot of the effort relies on the shoulders of the private sector. Let me be reminded that you manage a fund that works on infrastructures in the long run, and you're the president of Finance for Tomorrow. What is Finance for Tomorrow? Finance for Tomorrow is the branch of Paris Europlace that works on sustainable finance. And since we're talking about impactful finance, I must say that it's a reality today, but it's not at the right level. And this is what Sabine underlined or highlighted. How do we move from an impactful financial to a level of transformation of the economy so that we mobilize greater means than today? That's why last year Finance for Tomorrow launched, with the support of the Ministry of the Economy, Olivier Grégoire in particular, a work group that the Minister co-financed so that we ensure the convergence of definitions. There were a lot of debates on the actual definitions. So in the definition that was adopted by the Place de Paris, there was no priority given to extra financial elements. So I correct the definition of our economist as seen from the Place de Paris, but it's at the same time. You know, Emmanuel Macron's at the same time. It's looking for profit, but it's also looking to transform with a strong intention, but with a strong additionality, the world and the economy. How can this be distinguished with the pure ESG as it is often stated? Well, ESG, it's the basis. ESG is the basis. If you look at the SFDR European regulations at Article 8, you're doing ESG. Not too many acronyms, you know, because we don't have all specialists in the room. So avoid acronyms. So it's the European directive that regulates the investment funds and asset managers, and that asks them to show more transparency in terms of a social governance, and the ESG is a 10-year-old concept. You know, it's the minimum. When you're doing ESG, you do nothing else. So you need to be attentive, you need to be able to measure, and you need to have clear objectives that are measurable. It's important not to confuse financial impact with philanthropy. Philanthropy has a priority which is extra financial. Impactful finance has two priorities. To ensure the sustainability of the finance, it has to make profit, because the finance that doesn't make profit is not sustainable. And at the same time, it should be able to supply the addition of the social aspects and environmental subjects. But you need to make it to be able to choose. You're not doing everything at the same time. The universal framework like SDG or others do not enable to position oneself. But I'll talk about the Meridian practical example as Today, Meridia, which manages about 18 billion euros in sustainable infrastructures, has also transformed itself in an addition enterprise because it enabled us to be clearly positioned on the impactful investment, long-term impactful investment. We invest on 25-year terms, but we define strategic axes with the intention, because we have 3-year objectives, to improve over 5 strategic axes. The first being the climate, because we have the capacity to measure the temperature of our portfolios and measure the lining up with the Paris Agreement, so ensure that we have portfolios that have an emission of to the level of 1.5 degrees. We have other axes such as socio-economic axis, access to public service, inclusion, or biodiversity. For this, you need to have the right methodologies to enable measurement, and that's the responsibility of the work group, to have methodologies to qualify. It's a big topic, you know, we'll talk a lot, we'll address this during this roundtable. So where do you stand now? You're systematically in the lower range of the temperature. Well, we have ecological transition funds that are under the 1.5 degrees threshold. But we have older funds that we are currently transforming, which are at 2.5 degrees. But for this, we need to continue work, and that's what the interest of a long-term investor is, the capacity to transform your assets to lower the carbon footprint. And so you talked about the access to the public services, but well, I understand the impact on the political standpoint as far as the development of the economy, but I have problems understanding that at the financial level. Finance benefits from that. If I'm capable of serving millions of people by supplying an everyday mobility service to let them go to work, well, people win out of this. They're winners. But the socio-economic impact is enormous. Can it be measured? Yes, absolutely. Take the example of the RATP Paris transport. It's measured every day. How many passengers does it serve every day? We know that by financing the Greater Paris at the level of 40 billion, we know the impact it will have on the access to public transport for the Paris region. Strike days, number of strike days. No comment on that. Cécile Cavanis. You're the Director General, the Deputy Director General of Ecological Capital. What does the Ecological Capital do in this field of impactful finance? Maybe before that, I would share with you my vision, because I think you've lost the audience. You know, they're talking about the ESG, the impact, the regulations, the measures, and everything. I think it's finally boils down to something that's very simple. To be profitable, you have to be sustainable. To be sustainable, you have to be profitable. But simply, I think we capture natural human financial resources, and to ensure the sustainability of the system, they have to be restituted with value. Otherwise, the system just stops, blocks. In fact, the ESG, I don't like this word because it's used not in the right fashion, but I think there's the right to operate. I think that everybody should have a minimum capacity to operate, because since we'll have more and more regulations and people will become more and more rigorous as far as the enterprises, I think we'll need to be sure that at a given point we continue to attract the youth in the enterprises, that we continue to have customers and investors. That's the basis. And we have to look at the extra financial aspects in the same way. The problem with the extra financial aspects is we created a lot of indexes, very complicated. The methodologies are not yet finalized, and it's an additional problem. But it's the basis. To do so today, and I will go back on the impact and how we can help speed up and put up the scale. Today, enterprises, well, we've asked them to do this, but they haven't changed their work methods, their governance, and they haven't changed their time horizon. So, in fact, today, everything that is boils down to transformation is a cost. And because you're looking at your short-term horizons with the financial measuring, without measuring externalities, and we know the transformation is in the long run, so the value depending on the transformation will take place in between 5, 10 and 15 years. We have a problem there, which is yet not solved for enterprises. And the other topic is that we were raised to be very competitive and individualistic in the way we manage our business models, because each of us is on part of the value chain. A segment. I work in my little garden, in my, but the planet doesn't work that way. It's not because each and every one will have his own or her own universe that we will manage. We're responsible for the system in which we are, all responsible. We know we're not going fast enough. And so yesterday we're talking about the inactivity triangle between the public authorities, the private sector, and individuals. We can add some schizophrenia between the citizen and the consumer. And this goes back to the topic of sobriety, or for those who prefer the psychoanalysis, in the drama triangle, the savior, the victim, and so on. So we have to pull out of this triangle. So Ecological Capital was set up by 2 entrepreneurs in 2004 who started from scratch, and 18 years later they have 35 billion of assets under management on 4 assets, real estate, private debt, investment capital, and capital markets. And our mission is to take the world's savings and to put it to work in the real economy. When you do that, at the same time you have a responsibility, but there's also a great opportunity to bring the investment where we can make the system and transform it in a more resilient fashion. So I agree with what Sabine was saying. They're not the good and the bad. The system is as it is. We need to transform it. New technologies, great, okay, they're fine, but when the IPCC says we have 3 years to reach the peak of emissions, we have to train the mass of assets in to do so. So the way we do it, all the barriers. As asset management, we can propose solutions either for investments or financing that will break the barriers or remove the hurdles. So we have a decarbonization fund, and so we look at the whole value chain. We're not, in a corner of the value chain. We consider the entire value chain, and we accompany the enterprise that enables transition time, and we've set objectives that are simple and clear, and that we convey to our investors on a regular basis with an assessment or independent assessment. And so now we're tackling agriculture. Same thing. We set up a fund, a 15-year fund. We know agriculture is on the long term. We're not interested in the topics of the niche topics, like I produce meat from I don't know what in my garage. No, we're on the land, the soil. 95% of the food needs come from the soil, and we've degraded 50%. Tomorrow, we'll eat things that come from the soil. It'd be very important in the future to regenerate the soils. It's not who's going to pay the matter. It's a question of time horizon and investment. The UN are saying, well, I invest $1 in the soil. At the end of the cycle, I collect between 8 to 30. So it's not the idea of arbitration, knowing who's responsible. The idea is to make progress and propose actions. We're lucky enough to be managed by entrepreneurs. One of our mottos is that we create, we don't compete, quote unquote, and our role is to propose this and to debug the whole chain. And when we can create a fund, we attract other investors, whether public or private, and we can put this up to scale, because you demultiply the investments from the start. And Ecological Capital always puts its balance sheet to work through its management, and it continuously invests its own money to align the interest. We have to create this collective action, and that's what we try to do. So I'll hand over the floor to corporate managers, the emitters, those who try to levy funds to finance their growth. You're the president of the powerful French Association of Enterprise Treasurers, Corporate Treasurers. You're directly impacted by all this gigantic transformation, but for the French Association of Corporate Treasurers, things are not that clear, or crystal clear. There are a lot of unknowns that you need to clarify. So, hello everybody. Impactful finance is a dialogue on social, environmental stakes between the world of companies and the society. So the treasurer in our association, well, these reflections are essential. I want to share them around three topics: the principles, the data, and the tools. As far as the principles, we will all agree that the objective is to entrain as many enterprises as possible in an active and ambitious approach that is consistent with the environmental and social objectives of all our economic world. Contrarily, the objective is not, on the basis of static data up to date, to exclude some sectors or condemn them to disappear. For us, what's important is that in the impactful finance, the principles be based on an incitative approach, inclusive approach, and dynamic approach, by opposition to what would be an exclusive and static penalty-oriented strategy. The second point is on data. If we want to steer clear from illusions and make sure that we are in reality, we need to measure. And to measure, we need to have indicators, data that are transparent and reliable. So obviously, for corporations, these indicators need to be shared by all, otherwise we'll have a different response, meaningless. And for moderators that are called to define these indicators, we suggest that they take the indicators that are as simple as possible and in the smallest number. It's good for enterprises, otherwise they will just waste their time, especially SMEs, to understand these indicators. And this is good for investors, otherwise they will just be dispersed over different indicators. And the second thing is these indicators and this data, well, we need to use it to assess it. Our companies, to assess the corporation, are they on the right trajectory? And the ESMA, which is the regulator of financial markets, has published this week conclusions on a study it did with different European financial places, and we have an objective that we share, is that this capacity to assess the data is not mature enough, going in all directions. The methodologies are not clear, and so we're considering that this assessment ecosystem, which includes the social and environment aspect, follow the same process the credit notation, is that we head for methodologies that are transparent, that are controllable, and that can be verified. Last point, financial tools. We have traditionally two main financing tools, either the finance that is dedicated to specific projects. I want to build a wind farm. I want to do finance research to modify my production methods. Since this project is consistent with the environmental and social needs, I endorse a financing. And the second financing is aimed at financing all the activities of an enterprise, but where the enterprise is committed to its strategy and to reach the objectives. And we can also imagine other tools. What's important is that the palette of financial tools available to companies be as wide as possible to cover all their needs, and that it enables them to accompany them in all their transformation phases. It's also interesting for investors to have a diversity of products on which they can invest. So, in a nutshell, if the impactful finance has inclusive, incitative, and inclusive principles, if it relies on simple, transparent methods with transparent valuation methods, and if we propose a palette of financing that's broad enough to cover all the different needs of enterprises, there's no reason that it doesn't lead to reality. Thank you.
Vous demandez, vous disiez.
I have a few questions for you. You said today we need inclusive and not punitive measures. So do you feel that what you're obliged to align on in terms of the market is punitive, mostly, today? Not really, but we feel that there could be a trend in this direction. We have a drift towards taxonomy with a static analysis without looking at the projection. So there is a potential danger in the future. So in a company like Saint-Gobain, when you fill in your nomenclature, that allows you to have your impact or ESG rating, how much data is required? Normally, I don't talk about Saint-Gobain, I only talk about the association. The criteria that it has to provide information about roughly 100 indicators. It's incredible. And we have to, when we do our financial reporting, we have to give information on each subsidiary. When we give ESG data, it's not each subsidiary, it's each site. So this is something that is much higher in terms of volume. So it takes several dozen indicators per site. It's very complicated. So the honorary president of the French Association of Financial Management, in this roundtable discussion, you're also representing savers, the companies who work for savings. So banks will have to ask all of their customers if they want the saving investors, if they want the ESG impact to be taken into account or not. Hello, everyone. I'm lucky enough on this panel to be speaking with some of my members, Tikio and Meridiam. The question that's asked, and that will be asked to clients in the beginning of August to be very transparent, we're going to, it might be a little bit later than that, but the question is, do you want further ESG investment? So I'd like to come back onto the title of our round table, Impact Finance, Illusions and Realities. And it is illusions and realities. I think illusions, we're in a conversion phase, as was said, in a phase that takes some time, in a long-term phase. So when we're lucky enough to have long-term investors, we have the time to implement measures. When we have customers, mass market retail customers, basic customers, the demand is for more short-term positions. And the question that's going to be raised at the beginning of the summer, in August, it is already the summer now, we're going to have to deal with the topic of showing that it has become a reality and it's not just an illusion, impact finance. We've talked about the Green Deal, a regulatory framework that's been talked about for companies, that's valid for us also. All of this is important. Sustainable finance has only just accelerated awareness of environmental, social, and governance stakes. We've had a lot of objectives. The first that I'm proud of is the SDGs from the United Nations. And it's an important topic for many of us. After the Paris agreements, the famous COP21 that's been mentioned several times since yesterday, is that financial actors now have to provide responses at the level of our customers' demands. We have a lot of customers who are institutional ones, with long capital, as we call it, but we also have private short-term, long-term investors. That was said in the previous roundtable discussion. We have a problem with allocation of assets, and you know that I'm very focused on education and long-term investment. We'll have credible long-term investment if the illusion is it turned into a reality. Looking for ecological, social performance and financial profitability, as Thierry said, and as everyone else said here, there's impact financing and taking into account this reality. Finance plus other objectives is important. People ask for it. Younger generations, and our friend Lorenzi says this every time, that we're here with young people. Young people want us to be close to the money that they're investing, and they want us to have the right objectives. So for the AFG and its members, we want to produce results that are perhaps too modest for now, and at this point they're insufficiently known, but there is a real development objective to answer our question that will be raised in August. Let me just finish. I thought you were going to ask me a question. I think it's important, and I really would like to stress this. It was said by my neighbor, there will only be solutions to the management of third-party accounts that we do if there is a sharing of information. We don't have in the description that was done on companies and their sites, etc. If we can't agree on the rules, and if we can't agree on all of the rules, this is going to be problematic. Thierry Deo talked about this, and we were lucky to have Michael Bloomberg at the COP meeting in Ireland. The work that we've done together, and Financial Tomorrow has published some results. We're currently growing the action of Finance for Tomorrow with a project that's going to be called the Institute of Sustainable Finance. So this is for us to go further, and I'll stop here. The topic of the labeling, the topic of referencing. Today we have European problems. There's no European label. Without going into the technical details, a management company has to work with the French, Belgium, German labels or qualifications to be considered sustainable or impactful. And I think that we need to work in this direction for complete transparency between the actors, the issuers, the investors working for our saving investors, so that things will be simpler in the future. Thank you, Eric. I have questions linked to the context. Having a general and generous vision of impact financing and the responsibility that we can have for the future, this is great, but there's a complicated present right now with the war in Ukraine. Do you, as investors, does the Bundesbank, for instance, has it integrated into its requirements of the time, of the day, the fact that it was difficult to finance things, difficult weapons industry? The head of Tadis would say, I cannot get financing at the same cost as my competitors in other sectors. Have you integrated this? Do you accept now to change your criteria on coal? In Germany, that's a considerable topic, and the financing of coal-fired power plants. Just in a weapons, since we've had a lot of exclusions in our jargon, and we have understood that the rules can't be too strict, but the reality is that there's a major effect, and the general direction of weaponry has content us to continue to finance them. Thales is clearly saying that American companies are financed at a much lower level than we're being financed at. Thierry Deo, Sabine Moderer, I think that this current crisis has removed dogma in terms of the topic of transition. We say that there's a crisis, we need to respond, we need to accelerate transition, we need to accelerate the independence from Russian gas. Weapons, that's another topic. But when we consider these investments that are not very green as transition investments, and if we turn to the COP21 and AEIE reports, coal, nuclear energy, gas, all have a role to play, but at a certain time we have to detox from these energies. Does the pace have to change? Yes, we're asking for acceleration, but does the context since February 24th mean that there are other absolute emergencies? The absolute urgency is next winter now. Yes, we need to find gas to replace Russian gas. Germany has to go back to coal-fired plants because they stopped their nuclear industry. We can talk about the relevance.
If you allow, so yeah, actually, maybe for us, I mean, we are more dependent in Germany than you were on Russian gas, 17% versus 40%. That's a little bit of a difference, but I think we are in the same boat. And let me just, the day when we had the invasion, I mean, everybody was shocked and we thought, okay, now we have other concerns than climate. But you know, after a couple of weeks, everybody understood that we need to get our independence back. Everybody is talking about energy security, right? In my country, even more than here, but I'm pretty sure that will come here as well. And so for us now, the terms is energy security means sovereignty, independency, and means accelerating the transformation even for us, right? So, and you're absolutely right. We have to be pragmatic, right? We have to get, unfortunately, back to coal and others sources we thought we get rid of. But you know, this does not mean that we see lock-in effects, because at the same time we accelerate the investment process in renewables. Just to give you an example, what we just decided in my country is that by 2030, 80% of our electricity has to come from renewables. I mean, this is this is pretty fascinating if we really, you know, have to do that. And maybe getting back to France, right? I mean, 70% of the energy is coming, or electricity is coming from nuclear. And, well, a lot of plants need to be refurbished. And as far as I understood, before 2035, you want to reduce your share on nuclear to 50%. And you want also to accelerate, you know, the process of renewables. So I think within the European Union, a lot of countries are in the same boat. And therefore, you know, it's even now a wake-up call that we have to accelerate the process.
Ok. Cécile, sur ce même sujet, est-ce que vous...
Cécile, do you have an opinion on this same topic? Has the time scale changed or the scope? No, I think that we need to know how to adapt. The Ukraine crisis in terms of farming, defense, energy has got everyone to converge on the same objective, but you have to keep focusing on the objective and work on our trajectories. We must take into account the context and not try to avoid it. We're going to have to navigate with tacking back and forth, but we still need to speed up. Any questions in the room? In the first row? Please stand up. Yesterday, there was a conference with the governor of the French Central Bank. He talked about how, I'm talking to the investors, are you prepared to reduce rates? I didn't hear his question properly, I apologize. I think that we're talking about reducing profitability. If we don't understand that investment, that transition is an investment, we have to talk about a longer term. If you're a listed company, you have a topic for investment because you're graded on the short term. Today, we're not measuring externalities. We're not taking into account cost or value. So we need that investors find the means to support the cycle, but we'll get our return on our investment. We have to be profitable. We have to continue to invest in the system, and we have to have a system with value. The topic of continuing to convince people that we have to bring our margins down is not the right topic. We have to change the way we operate, and our functioning. We're incremental because we said to people, do what you were doing in the past, but on top of that, you add another element that you can't measure. Danielle, I won't comment on the requirements of profitability for capital investment, and I completely respect what the governor has said. But for companies, and I'll come back to what was said previously, there's no opposition between the environmental, social, and governance objectives and financial objectives of companies. Companies are aware that in order to have a sustainable strategy in the long term, they must both manage the financial objectives and their environmental and social objectives. Then we can talk about the way we're dealing with short-term investments, but the commitments go together and will create value if we manage them properly. Thierry? I say that I agree there's no opposition, and the governor was maybe talking about the short-term liquidity markets, but when we're investing in transition, we don't have a choice. Investing in non-transition is investing in stranded assets, assets that will no longer have any value in 15 or 20 years. So if you're an investor and you have durability in front of you, the question of profitability is not on the table. So quickly, please. We have very little time, so we're not trying to... I have a simple question. We have a ESG score on big companies, but what about SMEs? They represent 80% of our economy. Eric, that was talked about. It's a real topic today. It costs a lot of money for small companies, especially for extra financial assets. So for right now, they're excluded, and we want them to deal with simple processes, as my neighbor said.
Vous êtes britannique ou anglais? Vous parlez français?
Oui, je parle français, mais je m'adresse à Madame Mauderer. Sehr angenehm.
For Mrs. Mauderer, I just wanted to say a few words about banks. We didn't hear much about banks on this panel. I'm from BNP Paribas, and I just wanted to say that, of course, banks are very committed to the energy transition and in the financing of our customers to this end. I wanted to have a comment from Mrs. Mauderer about the way in which the central bank sees the evolution. You talked to Madam about climate stress tests that were published yesterday with worrisome figures. 2/3 of the revenues are based in carbon-intensive industry, and I wanted to know what you include in that. Is it corporate? Does it include real estate or other portfolios? So
go into the details, but maybe in the interest of all of you. So banks play a major role, and the bigger ones are certainly on their way, but we are always coming from a risk approach. So what we ask the banks and also the smaller banks, right, is be aware of the climate risk you have on your balance sheets. And that means that they have to know their customers, their SMEs and so on. So actually, maybe give it back to the banking sector. The banking sector in France and in Germany play a major role because they reach out to the SMEs, to the small and medium companies, and they have really to be the translator of what is needed. What, you know, small and medium-sized companies often even don't know what we expect them to do and what will be on the long run at the table. And therefore banks are really, you know, play a major role in translating and explaining what in the future with this companies will need.
Sabine. Juste un mot et un défi, Céline.
Just one comment on the very relevant comment made by this lady when I talked about impact financing as a place for dialogue between companies in the financial sector. Of course, in the financial sector, we have investors and banks, and that's very important for SMEs. The tradition is that the Cercle des Économistes concludes, a word to conclude, we all agree today that we must take into account social and environmental impact, profitability and sustainability are objectives that can be compatible for impact investment to participate in the next wave of innovation and in the next growth cycle that will be more green and more sustainable. All of the actors must be involved, and we need to clearly define measures and indicators. So applaud, this was the best roundtable of the morning.
Bonjour, bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session and debate entitled Governing with the Debt. I think Jean-Yves Lorenzi said it earlier. We work a lot on the titles. This title actually has two meanings, well, actually several meanings, because we can have different interpretation. When we mean debt, it's actually choosing and fund investment and expenditure for the public, but also investment that could be the counterpart of assets, especially if we think about investments in climate transition, and will definitely what we'll leave for the future generation. Actually, debt can be something positive. We shouldn't only see the negative aspect. And we'll also talk about it at length, definitely, during this session. It's also a constraint on future governments, on today's government, and there's a risk because we actually see a lot of debates on the Eurozone fragmentation, but also on the debt in developing countries, in emerging countries, but also in developed and wealthy countries. So obviously, had we done this debate a year ago, we would have been in a different context. The context has been completely overwhelmed by the increase of the interest rates, the increase of the inflation rate, and the exit of the pandemic, with a lot of debts that have been increased as well, and that changes the context altogether. This context is also overwhelming for the following reason. That is actually what I wanted to say as last for my introduction. In the way we think about the policy mix between the budget policy and the monetary policy, we are in a situation which is quite strange. It's a bit like the opera, actually. You have men playing the women and the women, and vice versa. For the budget policy, especially in France, they deal with inflation when normally it should be the role of monetary policy, because when we talk about reductions and rate reductions, it's normally a matter of the monetary policy. It shouldn't be the budget policy, maybe for macroeconomics, but it's not the case for microeconomics, where it's more inefficient. And then I would like to characterize a little bit. I don't know if they are members of the Banque de France or the central bank. They seem to deal with budgetary policy in the sense that they are concerned with spreads, with the interest rate, and the budgetary policy in general. When we have a policy mix where the monetary fix is on inflation and the budgetary policy is growth and the sustainability of the debt, it's actually a little bit reversed here from this point of view. So we'll talk about all these points of view. We have a panel which is exceptional, obviously, to discuss this matter. We'll start with Pierre-Olivier Bourrachin, who's a co-author. I'm very happy, actually, to welcome you for this debate. Pierre-Olivier Bourrachin is an economist of the International Monetary Fund. He's professor at Barclays. And we have worked on several publications, especially the crisis of the debt in the Eurozone. The matter at hand when we talk about debt, and I think that the IMF has certainly thought about this and made reflections. It's the matter of the dynamics of the sustainability of the debt, and against this backdrop, when we talk about the debt stock and also the increase of interest rates and the inflation rate, this can have an impact on European countries, industrial countries, but also emerging and developing countries. Thank you for this introduction. We have worked a lot together throughout the years, indeed. I would like to remind you of a few elementary principles. When we talk about governing with the debt, it's always with the debt, actually. Governing is organizing expenditure, the public expenditure, and especially tax collection, whilst respecting the solvency of the state, what the economists call the intertemporal constraint of the budget for the state. It's quite tense sometimes, depending upon two variables that are key. First, we have the real interest rate, the headline interest rate that we can increase. And then we have the growth rate of the economic activity. That means the fiscal resources that can grow throughout the time. To make it simple, when the state borrows, when it exceeds the growth rate, which is a situation which is quite normal, the weight of the debt actually exceeds the budgetary resources, and that reduces the public expenditure. When, on the contrary, the cost of the borrowing actually is below the growth rate, we are in a different situation, and the debt burden is actually lower, less big, and actually that is a better situation. That doesn't mean that there are no budgetary constraints, as some would say and make us believe, but it means that it's actually lighter, and the debt burden can be bigger at a lower cost. What has happened throughout the 40 last years? It's actually a lowering of the cost. That means for the debt, that is what has been said by the economics. Of course, for the emerging and developing countries, it's different. The reasons actually manifold. We have the demographic evolution. We have also a slowing of the technology. We have a difference with the rest of the world. All these factors contributed to reducing the actual cost of the debt. And throughout the 40 last years, it was possible from the budgetary point of view to get debts, to underwrite debts. And this actually made constraints on monetary policies that adjust actually the key rates. And we could be facing a crisis situation as we had the financial situation in 2008, where, or the COVID crisis, for instance. So when we had a period during which the monetary space was shrinking, and then the budgetary space would increase. States actually relied more on the budgetary policy for cycle reasons and got more debts. So to what do we assist now? For 1 year, we have a reversal of this deep trend, and I'm going to talk about it later. We'll see if this reversal will be persisting or will be temporary. Why do we have this? Because they've had actually the new occurrence of inflation. Central banks throughout the world, the ECB, the Bank of England, and the Fed Reserve, they see that the growth actually is slowing, and they have to manage that with the budgetary policy. The environment where we stand is an environment where we have more space for monetary policies. So I will give you 4 remarks in this perspective. The first one is that a sustainable change or temporary, because some of the factors that led to the core actually interest rates, because we still see the demographic problem. We have also seen that technology is slowing down. There are places where not very strong, so there are some factors that are still there. But there are new factors coming in that could lead us to think that the interest rates will increase in a sustainable way. First of all, we have choices in terms of public investment. We have the challenge of the economic change. We have also energy transition that requires a lot of investments that will actually weigh upon the interest rates. We also have the risk of a reversal, a fragmentation of the global economy that would require us to rethink the production chains with the investments that would be attached to this. So we actually temporarily have to deal with this, and inflations might not be actually controlled by the central banks, and we will have a macroeconomic instability also in the budgetary space that will shrink down as well. That's the first point. And we also have to position ourselves towards these actually core interest rates. We'll have weak interest rates where we can support a more important debt in some countries, but we're not sure about it, and we have to be prudent for the future. The second point is actually the problem of inflation. In 2021, what we saw, and in 2022 as well, is that inflation, and especially the fact that the inflation was the increase of the inflation was a surprise. It wasn't anticipated, and the ECBs and everyone was actually surprised. We thought that it would be temporary, and it was not. So it contributed to raising the level of a debt in terms of ratio with GDP, because when we have negative core interest rates, we don't need to repay as much. So that could be actually have an effect on public expenditure. But also the surprise inflation also had some impact on household expenditure. So if public expenditure improved, we could say we could use this leeway to support households and the activity in a general way. But it's dangerous, because we are in a context where we have to be prudent on the future inflation dynamisms. It can have an impact on the state financing cost. We have to do something with the monetary policy, and we have to be careful with the budgetary policy and monetary policy, which will go in opposite directions. And this is something that we see in the European context right now, and not only in the European context, actually. Third point, debt in the Eurozone. The problem about this is that it's quite specific. There's one single currency. All the members have their own budgetary dynamics, and the slowing down because of the war in Ukraine, because of the increase of the key rates, will weigh upon the dynamics of the public finance. And we can see that against this backdrop, we have the perspective of the increase of spreads, actually the differentials between the interest rates for where we have countries where the debt level is actually higher than others. And what happens then is the possibility of a liquidity crisis, namely the markets start to wonder about the capacity of some countries to sustain, to honor their public debt. They ask higher interest rates, and that will slow down or aggravate actually the public expenditure. And that would lead to a situation where we could have a crisis. The ECB actually tries to position itself on that side to counter this risk. But since, as Philippe said it, it's a very delicate balance, because we have to strike the right balance between the budgetary policy and the monetary policy. I was told to stop. There are budgetary constraints as well that apply, yes. For the emerging countries, we'll see that with the other panelists will talk about it. The situation is becoming very difficult there as well, especially for the countries which are not raw material operators. They open up right now, and we also have imported inflation. They have a depreciation of currency. They have problems with their interest rates as well, and they have to restructure, certainly consider restructuring their public debt in the months and the years to come. Thank you.
Alors, je vais passer la parole à Olivier Klein. Vous êtes directeur.
So I'll hand the floor to Olivier Klein, who's the head of BRED HEC, a specialist in monetary and financial questions. And you've just published a book called Crisis and Mutation in the Banking World. And I think at 3 o'clock you're going to be signing copies at the library, at the bookstore. So do you agree with the analysis that Pierre-Olivier just made on the impact of inflation on interest rates, on debt stock, and the question of the sustainability from a public point of view, but you're also well positioned on the question of private debt? Thank you, Philippe. Yes, I agree with what was said. I'll take this from a few different angles. The first point is that we're correcting. It's not that inflation was desirable or strong inflation, but there were some economists who said that debt was not important because the interest rates was equivalent to the growth rates, and they thought that it would stay that way forever. And for me, that was an error in thinking, and it prevented us from getting ready for the case where this would change, where the situation would turn around. And even if the interest rate remained below the growth rate, as you said very well, that doesn't mean that we don't have budgetary constraints. There are budgetary constraints. They were low, but they existed. And still, debt can't increase in an unlimited way without damaging the monetary system sooner or later, even if we have the interest rate below the growth rate. The two main points I would like to address are the following. Firstly, to try to quickly see the consequences of inflation and the increase in the interest rates for different actors. My second point will be, what can we do from the point of view of each of these actors? For the central banks, fighting against inflation, I heard several months ago a few saying the opposite, but now everyone agrees. Fighting inflation is absolutely essential, but difficult. Essential because we have to avoid an inflationary regime where the indexation will be set up and where the inflation rate is not low and not stable at the same time. So this will lead to inequalities between households who don't all have the same capacity to react and protect their purchasing power, and that leads to inequality between companies that don't all have the same capacity to pass on prices based on their demand for their product. The past has proven that when we deregulate in terms of stability, forecastability, the confidence is lacking between economic players, between the producers and consumers, between producers and those who are demanding, because we have to redefine prices several times a year, and that disorganizes the process and removes confidence. Why? Because between employees and companies, and I see this in my company, we all see it right now in all companies, people are asking for a second annual negotiation, and there's a lot of pressure, and that's understandable, but it disorganizes the reliability of the negotiation process between the employees and managers. It creates tension, but when low inflation exists, this does not happen. The inflation rate is stable, and we don't have to deal with this issue. Then there's a problem between lenders and borrowers. I see cases constantly since the beginning of the year. The bankers don't know how to define rates with respect to the requests for loans, be they from companies or from households. As soon as they've defined a rate, if the borrower wants to withdraw 3 months later, the rate will have radically changed between the deed day and the time that they take the loan. So there's a real tension between borrowers and lenders. There's uncertainty destroys trust, trust destroys growth. We need trust as the basis of our economy. We need to fight against this, so we need to keep inflation low and stable, 2-3%, and stable. However, for the central banks, they must fight against inflation. This is their role. It's difficult, nevertheless. It's difficult, in my opinion, because there have been long and short rates, too low for too long. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have done this during the 2007-2009 crisis, and I defended this point. I also defended it during the pandemic. But once growth was back in 2016-17, etc., keeping rates so low because the natural interest rate was low, supposedly, because in reality it built two things that the bank has described for decades now, and I believe in, and that is when we have an interest rate that is too low with respect to the growth rate for too long, and we're in a growth phase. This creates bubbles. It creates share bubbles, real estate bubbles, and it also creates over-indebtedness. As you said, Pierre-Olivier, over-indebtedness of states like of private households. And this is easy because the interest rates are below growth rates, so interest is low and you can pay your debt back easily. What is the consequence of this? Overly low interest rates over long periods means that now we have to bring rates up because of inflation. Central banks are in a situation of risk. They could create insolvency for companies, and even with companies with very high debt levels, not compared to 2007 and 2009, but prior to that. In France in particular, and across the world, in China, that's even higher. States naturally can have solvency risks depending on the level of their debt over GDP, but also their primary deficit and their current deficit. And France is not that well positioned in terms of these points. Thirdly, there's a problem for households who can lose purchasing power and who naturally, if we don't compensate, will create social risks and the risk of developing even higher levels of inflation. So the central banks are uncomfortable right now given this situation. Of course, if we bring interest rates up too much, the bubbles will burst, and the insolvency will lead to over-indebtedness, and the bubbles arose because the interest rates were too low for too long, and will create a recession if the bubbles explode too quickly. So there's a risk for growth, there are risks for society, social risks. So what should we do? There's a very narrow path, but the path exists, but it's narrow. For central banks, they must have their credit rate aligned with inflation, but they must be clear in their message with strong determination to fight against inflation, but it must be gradual and prudent in their actions, because if they go too quickly, they will actually provoke problems. So the actors need a bit of time to adapt, but while we progressively increase rates, not brutally, because that would be disastrous for financial markets. Secondly, without being under the fiscal domination, but under the domination of the markets. Sometimes the central banks are so afraid of markets that they're being dominated by the markets. The two types of domination exist. We need to avoid both of them. For governments only have a single choice in my mind. They have to show that they're on the pathway of credible solvency in the medium term. They don't want to destroy growth by reducing public expenditure, but if they do nothing, they will be exposed to the risk of credibility on their solvency, and that's going to be considerable, and the risks are high in the short term. It's going to be difficult. We have to have public managing of our public finances without austerity, but we need to take better control over our public finances in several European countries. We need to finance the necessary investments for potential growth. Some of these investments are indispensable, and for green growth, and yet we have to undertake structural reforms, not for austerity purposes, but to increase our growth potential. And if we increase growth potential, that is perfect. For companies, all the companies that are overly indebted, there are ratios. Even the European Central Bank has a ratio that they're asking banks not to go beyond, or only in a rare and justified manner, when debt is above 6 times their EBIT. So we need to be very attentive to this point. To the companies whose level of indebtedness is too high, they have to reduce their level of debt, and everyone has to continue to try to bring their EBIT up. So for the households, there's the question of purchasing power. It's difficult to protect all of this at the same time, because for companies, if we in 82, 83, there was a law that was passed that it still exists that prevents companies in France from systematically indexing their wages on prices, because Bérégovoy and Delors were dealing with rampant inflation, and there weren't 50 ways of trying to control this, though they needed to index this. So there's a law that makes this impossible now. There are difficulties. If companies do it, they will precipitate overinflation and destroy their level of competitiveness with other companies. And because of this, they'll reduce their possibility of investing later, and naturally they'll have to review their loans. So it's difficult to have companies do everything at the same time, a bit, but not everything. For the states, it's impossible. They cannot cover in their budget all of their problems. Their room to maneuver is increasingly limited, and I've just explained why. So the last point I want to say, as a little twist, but also not so much of a pirouette, we're in a specific situation where we need to reduce inflation, we need to protect purchasing power, and we have a shortage of labor. Companies in France and elsewhere are lacking staff. If we bring our wages up a bit, if people work more, in France we have the lowest level of work hours of all equivalent countries. This is not unhealthy or idiotic. If people agree to this, a bit more money for working more, because companies are lacking staff to grow. It'll be good for growth, good for public finance, and good for our trade in France. Thank you. Sarah Carlson, you're really at the heart of the topic of debt, because you're the vice president of Moody's Investor Services, and you're in charge of sovereign risk questions in Europe. So the question for you is, are we at the dawn of a new debt crisis in the Eurozone? And how do you see the evolution, in particular, of the cost of debt, which will potentially have a huge impact on this type of risk that everyone's talking about again now. Thank you. Moody's grades sovereign debt, so it's not surprising that the importance of the debt and its evolution must be predictable, and that's a key factor in our analysis. We look at debt, we consider it important. Its forecasted pathway depending on the wealth of a country and its capacity to grow their wealth. This capacity is linked to governance and to the solidity of the institutions of the country. To summarize, we believe that the economy and the institutions of a company, the stronger they are, the higher the debt level can be. And I would like to stress the fact that the cost of debt is at least as important as the amount of the debt. The reason for this is that if the interest payments are important in developing the budget, the share that's available for the investment in the short, medium, and long term will be reduced, and the social cost could turn out to be very high. So now I'd like to raise my second point. Since 2020, rich economies and emerging markets have followed two different trajectories. For rich countries as a whole, the potential growth rate will not have been impacted by the pandemic. Despite an important increase in outstanding debt, the cost of debt went down and continued to go down because of very accommodating monetary policy. The situation in emerging countries is much more complicated. Some have shown resiliency with respect to the pandemic, and I think in particular of most Eastern European countries, whilst others will see a decrease in their potential growth rate, and that is the case of several countries in the Caribbean or in Africa. As a group, emerging markets have seen a deterioration in the cost of debt. Some of them will have seen the risk of sovereign credit increase due to the shock of the pandemic. This is the case for countries where growth is structurally lower and where interest charges are higher, and that they are dealing with important challenges in the long term like climate change and social pressure. This brings me to my third point. The global economy has been through a whole series of shocks in the last 12 years, with the pandemic, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, with inflation that's higher than we've seen in more than a generation, with the increase in interest rates in advanced economies that's increasing the cost of international lending. For wealthy countries, these shocks can be managed. These disturbances can be managed, but the challenges are increasingly important. However, the time of the decline of the cost of debt is over. Many governments did not take advantage of this very favorable monetary policy to set up reforms, macroeconomic and budgetary and structural reforms. The consequence of this is that some governments will be confronted with political choices that are even more difficult than they were dealing with 4 years ago. These constraints can still be felt today and will be felt earlier for countries that issue debt linked to inflation or with variable interest rates, such as Italy. The emerging markets are dealing with a new deterioration of the cost of debt. The increase in the price of food and energy, which are non-discretionary consumer spending and represent a higher share of household consumption for households with low revenues, and this contributes to social tension. This could aggravate pressure on expenditures while governments are trying to mitigate the impact of the increase in prices on the public. The consequences on the quality of sovereign credit will depend on the starting positions with respect to 3 points: the burden and accessibility of debt, the institutional solidity, and policies. Debt is very heavy for certain African countries because they have to deal with high reimbursement levels as of 2024.
Thank you. There's not only Italy, which has actually debt-linked inflation. I think in France we have 10% as well, yes. It's actually all good. You managed to finish on the developing countries and the matter of debt. Actually, that allows me to transition to Vera Sangwe. Hello, you're the Deputy Secretary General at the UN and a member of the Economic Commission for Africa. The question of debt actually is very important, and it's actually gaining momentum, especially for developing countries and especially Africa. And what we want to ask you is, how can these countries get out, alleviate the debt burden? Can restructuring happen in terms of debt? Is it on the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I am in Addis Ababa, where the temperature is half what it is out there. I think you guys are at 30 and we're at 18. So you see me drinking tea while I see Philippe is in an open shirt. So I should have been there with you. I'm sorry I'm not. Let me focus maybe on three things. I think as all the panelists have said, the two Oliviers, you know, we are living through a huge turn around in overall policies, fiscal policy, monetary policy, but most importantly, structural policies and reforms. I think one of the things we have seen, and I think it was Olivier Blanchard 2 or 3 years ago who said that, you know, interest rates were so low, the developed world could, you know, just borrow its debt crisis and towards growth. In the meantime, what we had in the last 10 years is the emerging markets and Africa in particular needing to borrow for investments, but just basic investments: energy, roads, education, digitization. But already we were borrowing, as was already said, at pretty high rates, right? We were going to the markets. So if you take Italy, for example, at 150% debt to GDP levels, but going to the markets at less than 100 basis points, compared to a good performer like Egypt, which was going to the market already at 500 basis points. So already this, what I call dynamic divergence, it was huge divergence in macroeconomic performance, macroeconomic policies, and the cost of debt. So even as our macroeconomic policies were strong, the cost of our debt was still very high. And we've been engaging a lot with Moody's to see, you know, what can we do to reduce the cost of debt? Now, of course, we have, on top of that, the addition of imported inflation. So what we have is, even again, as countries have tried to keep their macroeconomic performance in balance, their monetary policy in balance, and Africa has actually and essentially, particularly if you look at the BCAO region, monetary policy was geared towards growth, keeping inflation low at about 3%, more or less, but really trying to ensure that we could support growth of the economies on the continent. But what we have now is this imported inflation, which is making life a little bit more difficult. As was said, the inflation is having a double impact. Compared to Europe or the United States, where, you know, the food prices are only 10% of the inflation basket, in over 35% of the African countries, food prices or basic commodities are about 40% of our consumption basket. So you can just, and then of course we are now in a health and pandemic situation, you add another 25% to that basket, and you begin to see the kinds of tightness that consumers, households are going through today, because all of a sudden their disposable income has been taken away by almost 60% from food and health consumption services. So governments need additional liquidity. Additional liquidity means going back to borrow resources and or go to the IMF, go to the World Bank for concessional resources. The interesting thing is that what we call concessional resources for the developing world are actually still more expensive sometimes than what, you know, Italy and Spain and, you know, the European sort of Portugal are getting, because they have the European Central Bank behind them that can ensure, even with, I would say, weak macroeconomic conditions, I think we can all agree on that, that they can actually access cheaper resources. So what are we seeing on the continent? We are seeing, yes, maybe debt to GDP may not be as high as you see in Europe, but clearly tightening fiscal space, which means that interest payments on debt are going up. So if you take a country like Nigeria, Nigeria has essentially 20% debt to GDP, but its interest payments are almost 30% of its expenditure budget, right? So Nigeria has no more space. Now, if you add the unfortunate war in Ukraine, you know, and the fact that it has had to increase subsidies both for fuel and also for food, those numbers are going up. And so we are beginning to see, I think, a confluence of both liquidity accelerating into insolvency. And we do need to find some way of addressing this problem, which essentially most African countries do not have the strength of a strong central bank. We have BCAO in West Africa and BEAC to some extent in Central Africa, but most other economies don't have that. So what we need to do is in some sense, when I listen to the Europeans today, I almost feel there is something positive coming out of this conversation, which is Europe is entering into an era where a lot of the developing world has been for the last 6-7 years, actually since 2008, because this sort of additional and excessive injection of liquidity into the global West started in 2008, accelerated, of course, in 2020 because we overemphasized the response to the COVID crisis. But now we have to pay for it by sucking up some of the liquidity that we put into the system. Unfortunately, we put too much liquidity in the West and not enough liquidity in the South. And today we are trying to suck up liquidity from both ends. And this will not work. We need to find some way, of course, of seeing how we converge these policies. We need, I think in 2008, we were talking about new and unconventional monetary and fiscal policies that were being put in place. I think the time has come again for us to start thinking about those things. And the final point I want to make is a point that was made by Olivier. In terms of labor markets, I think this is so critical. Is for us to be able to come back to some kinds of good macroeconomic balances, we need to look at labor market policies, not just in the West, but also in the emerging South. Because I think until we are able to bring these two labor markets together to some kind of acceptable equilibrium, we will not be able to come back to, I think, macroeconomic stability and see the kind of growth that the world experienced over the last 10 years. Thank you.
Merci Vera.
Thank you. I would like to ask a few questions, and I would like to answer them. I would like you to answer them quite swiftly, especially if we want to have a Q&A session with the public. I will start first with Javera. So we'll start first with the debt in Africa. What role could be played in terms of debt structuring? Do you think that it's something that we have to work on, especially the IMF and the World Bank and the public and private donors, and the role of China as well, because we haven't talked about it for the African debt. Sorry, you have 1 minute to talk about this, Vera, which is a very broad question, right?
I think it's something we have to work on. I think, unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that the common framework does not work. We've been working on the common framework for 1.5 years, and it does not work. What countries need immediately is new liquidity, so that we give a little bit more time for the IMF, the World Bank, the Chinese, and everybody else to come together to sort of put together a new debt framework. And by the way, I don't think we need a new debt framework just for low-income countries. Argentina needs a new debt framework. Probably Italy needs a new debt framework. So we actually do need to sit down and think about that. In the meantime, I'm saying let's issue new SDRs, give countries the liquidity they need today to be able to at least ensure that they stave off any social unrest. We have two things we can do to provide immediate liquidity: new SDRs, and secondly, extend the debt service suspension initiative. Two very good initiatives from the G20, which I believe we should continue to support. Thank you.
Ok, merci. Sarah, j'ai bien compris que vous...
I see that you didn't want to answer to the question about the fact, about whether there will be a debt in the Eurozone coming up. But with the situation in 2011 and 2012, where we had a crisis in the Eurozone, are we in a different situation today, or in what way are we not? I will answer in English.
I think there are some important differences between the European sovereign debt crisis and where we are today. On the one hand, yes, debt levels are higher, but I think there are two important strengths that Europe didn't have before that it has now. It has different crisis fighting tools. Before, we didn't have the ESM, the EFSF, different approach, certainly different, more innovative monetary policy tools. Another subject, and we haven't mentioned it at all today, is the banking sector is much stronger in Europe right now than it was on the eve of the European sovereign debt crisis, which I think is a really fundamental importance. I think there is one subject, and I'm surprised none of us have talked about it yet, so I'm going to take the liberties and put it on the table, which is fiscal rules, les règles budgétaires. Because there were changes to the European fiscal rules after the crisis. It's a subject that keeps coming up. And in a monetary union that is fairly heterogeneous, the existence of fiscal rules is important, not just because of the kind of policy predictability that it gives, but also because those rules aim to reduce that heterogeneity, which is one of the fundamental vulnerabilities of the euro area.
Merci.
Thank you. There's also a question that is being asked online, and I will actually ask it to Olivier. For the debt to be sustainable, we need to have growth. What would be actually the driver that would be the most important one in terms of growth? And especially when we talk about taxes and levies or monetary policy, what would be the most important driver for growth? In France, you mean? I think actually it's more general, it's broader. The question was asked in English, so I guess actually we're not talking about France only. You have 1 minute to answer. For growth, there are long-term investments to make on education. France is not the only one country in difficulty, actually. Education is important to level up, to upgrade education, to be a country of knowledge, so that actually we can have a cutting edge, we can keep being at the cutting edge in terms of technology. This is indispensable. In the short term, pension reform. I know that with the previous act, this is where we're going, but we should speed up the process. This would allow us to do two things. We would have more balance in public expenditure and have some leeway also for the public expenditure. The two of them are actually not incompatible. It depends how we actually allocate our resources. And also, we should work on the labor market. We need to have people so as to have a better growth in the future. This is actually some short-term and mid-term actually priorities. Olivier, you have a question on the way the IMF is positioning itself as to the question of funding through debt or by other means on green economy and energy transition. I have 1 minute. I'll try to answer that question in 1 minute then. So climate transition is necessary. We have to find the means to fund that. I think that from the IMF point of view, it is very clear that the funding of green economy should come also partly from the setting up of new funding resources for this transition that would actually support the green transition. And actually, it's the carbon tariff, carbon tax. That's not very popular, but it is actually indispensable for the climate transition. It is actually a source of budget income, a part of which can be reallocated to protect vulnerable households, but also the most vulnerable sectors with a decarbonated energy, and part of it can be reinvested to have transition towards a decarbonated economy. The funding of this transition will be done with new budgetary resources. Thank you. We have a bit of time, and I see that there's a lot of blue shirts that want to ask questions. We have 2 minutes. Go on, go on. Come on. You have a mic. Hello. Thank you for this session. I would like to ask the following question. What are the priorities for the government on the use of debt? If they underwrite debt, what are the priority uses for this debt so that it can be sustainable over the long term? You have 30 seconds each. I'll start with Vera.
That's an easy answer. Essentially, you should invest in infrastructure, human capital, but always make sure that the rate of return on the investment is higher than the cost of the debt.
Ok, c'est une très bonne règle en effet.
It's a very good rule indeed.
That at Moody's we don't give policy advice.
Ok. Olivier?
Olivier? Anything that allows to increase potential growth whilst greening the economy. It's very broad, but this is actually reverting back to what was said earlier. I have and not actually invest in operating expenses. At the IMF, we do give political advice, unlike Moody's. I think we should have a broad vision. There are investment expenditure for the future on capital, human capital infrastructures that we should do, indeed, but the part of the debt could be used as well to fund transfers. We have a funding system for pension that is actually also debt-linked. Debt should not fund only capex and infrastructures and internet cables. No. I think we should get into a perspective of a mid-term sustainability. Countries can make different choices. We can have different social partnerships. We can reallocate more to vulnerable households or not. We need to have a 5-year horizon to be able to explain to the economic stakeholders, to people, the decision that we make. Will enable us still to actually honor our debt obligations and commitments nonetheless. I chair an economic council, and we're still able to provide advice. This is what I'm going to do. We kept part of our investments in higher education. I'm a professor at the university, so I'm not objective at all. But I think that investment is important for education and higher education because we are lagging behind in an enormous way, in a significant way. Investment and expenditure is not always an easy paradigm to solve. Thank you. It was actually amazing. It was an amazing session. Thank you to all of you.